Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. We are starting in a moment. We are starting in less than a minute. Make yourselves comfortable, please. And of course, one thing to remind everyone of is please turn your phones to silent mode. Welcome to the AGH University of Kraków. My name is Szok, and it's an absolute honor to be your host for this special event. Today, we'll focus on the impact of internationalization on the openness and tolerance of the university environment. The thing about words like internationalization, openness, and tolerance, to a lot of people out there, these words mean a lot. But also, to a lot of people out there, these words mean everything and nothing in particular, ladies and gentlemen. So our effort today is to make those words as tangible, as measurable, as relatable as possible. And this is what we'll focus on today. The program and the conference itself are co-financed by the European Social Fund within the operational program Knowledge Education Development Framework as a non-competitive project entitled Raising the Competencies of Academic Staff and the Institution's Potential in Accepting People from Abroad. Welcome to Poland. We also want to thank the Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange. Today, again, is all about openness, cooperation, tolerance, and mobility. And speaking of mobility, we're delighted to have guests from all around the world joining us here today in Kraków. And I'm literal saying that. It's Albania, Azerbaijan, Bosnia and Herzegovina, China, Croatia, Cuba, Dominican Republic, France, Georgia, Indonesia, Italy, Japan, Kazakhstan. Vietnam, and last but not least, Poland. I certainly hope I haven't overlooked anyone. If I have, kindly raise your hand and help me make sure that together we will make sure that no one feels overlooked today. Time for the official opening of the conference. Allow me to invite on our stage Professor Rafał Wiśniowski, Vice Rector for Cooperation, AGH University. Please welcome the Vice Rector with applause.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, on behalf of our rector, Professor Jerzy Lis, of myself, on all our community, I would like welcome to the conference, the impact of internationalization of the openness and tolerance of the university's environment, organized within the framework of the Welcome to Poland program of the Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange. I would like to welcome international guests coming from many parts of the world and online participation. I'm very proud to host representatives from more than 25 countries and more than a dozen institutions of higher education. I would like to welcome representatives of institutions that support the development of cooperation and internationalization of higher education institutions, whose activities are crucial for the development of international cooperation, including the Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange, the Foundation for the Development of the Education System, and the Polish-US Fulbright Commission. I would also like to welcome representatives of Polish universities and academic staff of our AGH University of Kraków. May I also welcome coordinators, deans, vice deans, our students and employers. I would like to say a few words of special welcome to our speakers who will deliver their presentation during the conference. The fact that this event is attended by such a large group of international and national participants is very motivating and show us that our efforts aimed at international cooperation and developing ties in the spirit of openness and tolerance are of great importance. Thank you for coming in such large numbers and participating in this event. Ladies and gentlemen, today's conference is a part of the AGH Welcome You project, which is being implemented as a part of the Welcome to Poland program of the Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange. This is the next edition of the project of which our university is the beneficiary. Its goal is to support the institutional capacity of Polish universities by improving the competence of academic staff and the institution's potential in accepting people from abroad, preparing an organization place dedicated to serving foreign staff, our welcome point, and developing activities related to internationalization at home. The key activity is shaping attitudes of openness and tolerance in the academic and social environment of our university. Today's conference and our meeting, your presentation and discussion are all key elements of this activity. The AGH University welcomes you project was created in response to the growing number of foreign employers choosing AGH University as their workplace and due to the need to provide extensive support to all stakeholders involved in the internationalization of the education process at our university. We are about to sign the act in inauguration, the operation of the Welcome Point, a place dedicated to serving foreign staff, an information and advisory point within the structure of our Center of International Affairs, which will provide comprehensive services to academic staff from abroad, assistance in organizing their stay, and support in everyday matters. This is one of the main goals of the entire project. I am excited for the Welcome Point to open on our campus, and I believe that its functioning will significantly strengthen the potential of our university in welcoming international guests. We want the AGH University to be perceived as a modern, safe, and friendly university for foreigners, where they can feel at ease and develop their scientific activities and passions in an international environment. I hope that the implemented project activities will contribute to strengthening the attitudes of openness and tolerance in the academic and social environment of our university. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to thank you once again for such a number attendance to today's event and invite you to listen to interesting presentation and encourage you to engage in discussion. I hope that today's meeting will be very fruitful and that your stay in AGH University and our Kraków will be successful. I wish you interesting and inspiring discussion during today's conference. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Professor Rafał Wiśniowski is running away from the stage, but in a moment I'm going to invite him back because you may be wondering why we have this table right in the middle of the stage. Professor, choose your seat. And we are also inviting Mr. Piotr Kępski, representing the National Agency for Academic Exchange. And this is the very moment where we want to officially inaugurate the Welcome Point at AGH University. Gentlemen, do the honors, please. So that we have 25 nationalities witnessing the opening. I'll just make sure that the signatures are really there. And yes, they are. A round of applause. This is a historic moment for the university. Gentlemen, thank you so very much. Thank you once again. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Rector. Ladies and gentlemen, and now I suppose it's worthwhile to really understand what the project is all about. Here to talk about it, please welcome Mr. Paweł Świerk, Deputy Director at the Center for International Affairs at the AGH UST, as well as Ms. Aleksandra Perkins-Oleszkowicz, Head of Section of International Agreements and Projects, Center for International Affairs. Applause, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is our pleasure to welcome you at AGH University of Kraków and present a short report on the project. We are happy to see such a great number of guests from different countries, representatives of more than 25 nations, as was mentioned before, our partner universities and representatives of very important leading higher education institutions from Poland. We also welcome people who are watching us online now. The number of guests and your interest show us that international cooperation, our partnership and bonds are very important and crucial in our professional work. This is very inspiring and gave us a lot of positive emotions. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much. Before we go into the details, we would like to tell you what the Welcome to Poland program is. This is the program offered by the Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange. The main aim and purpose of the project is raising the capabilities of higher education institutions in Poland to receive international guests. The project should increase the level of internationalization with an emphasis on so-called internationalization at home by developing the interpersonal, cultural, linguistic, and professional skills of teams or individuals who deal with international staff on a daily basis.
Why we decide to join the program and apply for funds? For many years, we have focused our attention on international students and candidates. We have a fairly well-organized recruitment and procedure for international guests who want to come AGH and work at our university. We conduct a surveys, and the results clearly indicated the action is needed in this area.
Why do we need this program? The answer was quick. We wanted to respond to the growing numbers of foreign employees choosing AGH University as their workplace, and we wanted to provide broad support to all stakeholders involved in the internationalization of the education or research at our university. The Welcome to Poland program seems to be the perfect match. We can say it's stronger. It was like love at the first sight. It's mutual love, we will see, after submitting the final report or financial report. But so far it's really good.
The timeline. So we apply for funds in the call of proposals in November 21, and the implementation period was set from May 22 until April 23. So we are about to finish and close the project. The full title is AGH UST Welcomes You, Comprehensive and Professional Service for International Guests at AGH University.
As part of our project, we planned and implemented several important tasks. Let us quickly introduce our achievements and milestones of the project. The first one is Welcome Point. We have just opened a few moments ago an official welcome point at our university. This is a place dedicated to all international guests and information and advisory point within the structure of our Center for International Affairs. The main purpose is to provide comprehensive services to academic staff from abroad, assistance in organizing their stay and support in everyday matters. We hired 2 employees that will work there and provide professional services. Our welcome point is located in the main administrative complex in C1 building.
That's the place. Mm-hmm. So the webpage with chatbot. This is the next project achievement, a webpage with a chatbot dedicated to all international guests looking for information and support from our site. This is the first point of contact for all those who are looking for information or would like to learn more about AGH University. The website contains all necessary functionalities that are needed to make contact and obtain information before arrival and support during your stay at AGH. It can be freely expanded and content can be added depending on needs. The chatbot will also make it possible to establish contact beyond the working hours of the welcome point.
Then, a few words about trainings. We provided several training sessions for our academic environment, and those are also a crucial part of the project activities. The aim of this training was to improve the professional competences of AGH administrative employees serving the international guests in the field of procedures related to the legalization of stay in Poland. Number of participants was 40 in 2 training sessions.
The next training sessions were dedicated to teaching and administrative staff in the area of communication, intercultural differences, and anti-discrimination attitudes. The aim of the training was to improve the communication skills of AGH's teaching and administrative staff serving international guests. The practical use of the knowledge gained by the employees during the training will contribute to the professionalization of service for our guests, increase their satisfaction with the visit to AGH and will facilitate building the image of AGH as an open and friendly place for guests from different parts of the world and different cultures. We have 4 training sessions with 60 participants.
The next project achievement was the language training for administrative staff. We provided 3-month intensive English training twice a week for 6 groups, and we trained 36 participants. The aim of the training was the active participation and increasing effective communication with international guests, dedicated especially for all administrative staff at the faculty level. We focus mainly on those employees who needed most or who had the most frequent contact with foreigners at our university.
The last but not less important achievement of this project is organizing today's conference and inviting you to AGH. The main aim of the conference is to promote awareness of the Welcome to Poland program implemented by the AGH Center for International Affairs and to promote openness and tolerance in our academic society. We are about to hear interesting presentations and discussions. We host many international guests and partners. We will hear great stories and inspiring testimonies. We will learn how international cooperation and education change our lives, how it influenced our academic society and made us better people. This is the main aim of this meeting.
What are our expectations? We believe that as a result, the professional competences of the training participants were improved. Service for international guests at AGH will be significantly better. As the communication with international guests and their service will improve, it will have a positive impact of the image of AGH. Our university will be a friendly place where you can develop your scientific activity and your passion in international environment. We also expect that project activities will contribute to the promotion of openness and tolerance in the AGH community.
Finally, we would like to thank our team, people who are involved in this project and in the organization of the conference. Without their work, we would not have achieved our goals, and thanks to their work, we are see each other today. So let me introduce our wonderful team. Aleksandra Perkins-Oleszkowicz here, Marcin Bielowicz, Magdalena Skawińska-Medoń, Marta Serwicka, Magdalena Grotowska, Iwona Szymańska, and myself. Thank you. Thank you for the applause. Well, so I think we are about to finish. So AGH University Welcome Point looks forward to hosting you. Thank you very much for your attention and enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now that everyone is thanking everyone, I should thank Aleksandra and Paweł again. Thank you very much for giving us the milestones of the project. And we're preparing a lot more space on this stage. As you know, some of our keynote speakers like or enjoy to walk about the stage, which is always welcome. The camera will follow, so no worries. We haven't officially welcomed our online audience yet, so welcome to all of you. Feel free to leave your comments, maybe even questions. Hopefully the organizers will be able to pass on those questions to me so that I can ask them to individual speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, time for our opening lecture. The person who is going to stand in front of you in a moment has a combined 30 years of professional experience and also experience in internationalization. Interestingly enough, this experience spreads across the continent, all the way from the north in Stockholm, where he's currently based, back to Italy, Turin, where he spent about 16 years of his professional careers. And the topic of his presentation is going to be a journey across 3 decades of internationalization of higher education, a point of view. Please welcome Mirko Varano, Senior Advisor International Projects at KTH, Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm, Sweden. Mirko, please join me on the stage. And I suppose we need half a minute or so to install your presentation, or not? Or you just want to put the laptop? Yeah, so it's already there.
It is there, okay.
Mirko, let me start with a quick question for you. I promised I wouldn't share the questions I want to ask you as a warm-up so that it gets more interesting. It's a big word, internationalization, to a lot of people, but in a popular understanding, it's a lot of people, I would imagine, think it's about traveling, visiting universities across the world. Before this conference started, I literally heard one of you in the audience saying something like that. I have taught in 70 different countries, and the other professor asked, 70, not 17, are you sure? Yeah, 70. So that was the conversation. To you, if you were to think deep about this, internationalization, in the wake of the past 3 years and the pandemic experience, what does it mean to you? If you were to explain it to a layman, the value of it, the impact of it, what does it mean?
Well, to me, it means everything, because that's what I work with for 30 years. But if I follow your tip, thinking about what happened in the past 3 years, I think a lot changed. And during that period, we thought that nothing would have been the same again. But I have to say that now that we are back to normal, more or less, I can say that the strength of internationalization is that we went quickly back to normal. And we are still hard on that concept and topic. And we are still pursuing the same goals that we had before the pandemic. And now we are even in a period of war. But still, people are very committed to what they're doing because they think what they're doing is actually something that can change the world. And people who work in this field, they feel like that, at least most of them, most of the one I know.
Mirko, in the introduction I said you have a combined 30 years of experience, but tell me, you didn't start counting when your parents first took you on a holiday abroad, did you?
No, I just use a very good night cream. And I moved to Sweden, where I'm well refrigerated.
So why did you decide to go to Sweden in the first place? Didn't you like the climate in Turin was too warm for you? Or?
I thought, and I still think that change is always good. And after 15 years, I felt that a change was needed. And I also got a job that was a little better paid. But
well, it's one of the classical philosophers who said that life is like reading a book, and those who don't travel have only read a page, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Our stage is yours. Enjoy.
Thank you very much. And I can use this, right? Okay, good morning, everybody. And thanks to the organizer for inviting me to be here, Vice Rector and Pavel, who thought of me as keynote speaker of all the people in the world. Thank you very much. As you have already heard, I've been working in this field for very long, but I also have to admit that I started very, very young. So some disclaimers first. I have half an hour. It's hard to summarize 30 years in half an hour, so I will skip a lot. And we have participants from all over the world, so something I will say, maybe it's very familiar to many of you, but we also have participants from outside of Europe who might not have been following the process since the beginning. So I will say something obvious for some of you, but not for them. And I do this, so I will not be very pedagogical, but I will try to relate this to my own experience. And I do this not out of arrogance, but because I was asked by the organizer to do that. So when I started, I have to say that there was absolutely no structure in internationalization or management of internationalization. And through the 30 years, I saw this incredible development when nowadays internationalization is very well structured in the university context. So we went from randomness to structure, we went from exception to mainstream, and we went from suspicion to eagerness. At the beginning, there was a very small number of experts, or not even experts, like volunteers, who were trying and struggling to bring internationalization into the core of the university mission. Nowadays, everybody is, in a way or another, involved in this. And also, I have to say that this became from a desirable possibility at the beginning when everybody understood the value of internationalization of higher education. Nowadays, it's an institutional imperative in the sense that no universities can keep themselves out of the international arena. Then you will be cut out of so many important developments. And also, to explain how I got here. So for me, internationalization, my job came as a surprise. I had completely different plans. I tried to be a football player. I broke both knees. I didn't do that. But for me, internationalization is two things: patience and randomness. So the red thread for me is more randomness, but accompanied by patience. What you do in this field, you never know what can result in at the end. This is what I learned. Sometimes you start something, you know already that these will take years before you see the results, if any. Sometimes these results don't come, but turns in something completely different. So just long story short, I had completely different plans for my life. My mother was the head of human resources at the Technical University in Torino, Italy, and she doesn't drink coffee. But one day she skipped lunch, and she decided all of a sudden to go and have a cappuccino instead of lunch because she only had 5 minutes. When she was at the cafeteria, she met the director of one of the departments, who asked her whether she knew some young guy or girl who could speak some languages and who had some extra time to take care of this new thing called Erasmus. She didn't know what Erasmus was, but of course she thought of me. That's why in the early 90s I started working as Erasmus coordinator when I was 18, together with my university studies at the Technical University in Torino. And 30 years later, here I am. I thought it was like a summer job or something like that, but and then another random accident is that in 2005, a group of vice rectors decided to establish a network to boost collaboration between Europe and Latin America. They got together, they established this network. My vice rector got sick, so I had to replace him. And usually, as it happens in universities, you do something once and then it becomes your job. So when this network was created, it became my job. When we had the first meeting, I suggested to pick a university from Sweden, and I picked the university that I'm currently working for. And we had, now it still exists, we had our General Assembly in Mexico in November last year, where I met our host, and that's the reason why they invited me today. So again, another accident. I moved to my Swedish university 10 years later, and since I had been taking care of this, I also was appointed as coordinator of this network for them. So everything happens just because it has to happen. So what is internationalization for me? It's to keep the door open, because you never know what that can bring, but you also have to open closed doors. Not everybody is looking for you all the time, so it has to be both ways. You have to think long-term, because, as I said, this is often project-based. It takes years and years before you see the results, and sometimes you don't even see any results. And expect the unexpected. And here, when it comes to expect the unexpected, I have to talk about another accident, if we want to call it like that. I was invited at a certain point to participate in a Tempus project with Uzbekistan, coordinated by my current university, when I was still working at my previous university. The reason why they invited us is just because they needed one more European university, so not related at all to who we were. And we knew these people, so they said, just show up. We showed up, we went to Uzbekistan, and we were there visiting monuments and not doing much for the project. We were visiting this university called TARI, which is related to automotive. And at a certain point, they realized that we had a very good program in automotive. So they asked us to present this program, and we did. Then we came home. Everybody was against this trip. They knew that we had no role in the project. They didn't really see much potential in cooperation with Uzbekistan at that point. So from the rector to the janitor, they were just making fun of us for 1 year, until the Minister of Education of Uzbekistan called our president and told him that he knew about our automotive program and asked him whether he would have been interested in opening a branch of the university in Uzbekistan, fully paid by the Uzbek government. And now the Polytechnic University of Turin has a very well-known branch in Tashkent. So this is just, if I hadn't replied to that email saying that we were interested in that project, even if we had no role, there would be no branch today. So this is another example of how you have to keep the door open and your mind open if you want something to happen. But why do universities go international? First of all, I said I shouldn't be too pedagogical, but if we look, this is also a field of study, internationalization of higher education. So we talk usually about the 3 waves of internationalization. The first one was capacity building. So internationalization started more or less in the Western world for obvious reasons. And that's the first one was capacity building in the sense that industrialized countries wanted to keep a foot in their former friends or colonies, and they kept helping them to develop in some way. The second wave was for-profit education. So universities from developed countries started wildly recruiting students for profit, paying tuition fees. The third one is international campus, international branches. And that's when they were not happy to recruit the students. They decided even to locate in those countries to have to be first-hand providers. And now we talk about the fourth wave, which is joint collaborative programs. So on the same basis, universities or groups of universities work with each other, trying to offer something collectively that is better than what they could offer individually. So why do universities go international? Now we take internationalization for granted, but we don't ask even ourselves any longer why we do this, because that's something you have to do, so we just do it. But there must be a reason. And here is just some figures about a project that we were coordinating. It's concluded now. It's about the impact of joint programs on the alumni and the reasons why universities use this program. Joint programs are one of the most powerful tools in internationalization of higher education. So this is a good reference. As you can see here, we asked the universities what are the main motivations for them to develop joint programs, but we can also relate this to internationalization as a whole. And on a scale from 1 to 4, we gave them some alternatives. And as you can see, universities still do it for their own sake. So they have their own perspective. They do it to be more visible, for scoring better in the rankings, for advancing their own internationalization, and to recruit students. If you look very low on the scale, you can see responding to student demand scores very low, responding to particular market demand even lower. So those are the final users of whatever we do, but universities don't seem to care that much. Of course, this is just a generalization. Some do it better, some do it worse. But the final users of our academic offer are students and employers, and universities are still looking too much into themselves. So internationalization for many universities is still a mean in itself. Internationalize for the sake of internationalizing. If we look at the reasons why students go international. Now, again, we assume that this is something very widespread. Almost all the students at a certain point spend some time abroad. But why do they do it? We never ask that to ourselves. And this is the motivations of the students to enroll in joint programs. So this is not just simple mobility. It's going abroad for a longer time to get their degree as well. And they are much more idealistic than we think, and much more idealistic than the universities themselves, because what scores highest here is, of course, living in a different country during the studies, that's a given, but interacting with new cultures, access to more job opportunities, experiencing different education, academic environment, leaving my comfort zone, and so on. So in their focus is the personal growth and development, and employment also. If you look, what scores very low is better salary prospects. Although these students have much higher salaries than the students who stay at home, we have also measured that. They don't do it for money, and they don't do it for money also because a specific grant scholarship being available is the option that scores the lowest. So students don't do this for money or for the future benefit or income. They do it more because they are mature enough to understand that this experience will bring something to them. Then we also ask them afterwards to the alumni, what was the main impact of your experience abroad? And as you see, they actually got what they thought they would get. So ability to work in international context, get a better understanding of a culture other than mine, improve my ability to socialize, my ability to adapt to the working culture of different countries, and so on. If you look, what scores the lowest is improved my ability to use theoretical knowledge to solve practical challenges. And if you ask universities, this is what scores highest. When they develop a joint program, they look at the academic content, how high ranks the second university, and so on. So there's a clear mismatch there that should be fixed in some way. We should make universities aware that if they do well to do this, to internationalize, but they also have to look more at what students are expecting and employers are expecting from this process. I'm very bad with time, so you give me a sign if it's... Yeah. So the question is now, have we come that far? Because now we all go around and brag how international we are and how well we are doing, how many agreements we have signed and so on. But if we look back, really back, like Middle Ages, universities then were much more international than they are today. And they have always been international, first of all. At that point, studying in a second country was basically the rule. There were fewer universities. The best scholars were traveling around all the time. There was this academic pilgrimage, as it was called. National languages were not used at universities. Latin was used as lingua franca, much more than English is used today. And scholars from all over the world were enrolling without any bureaucratic problems, much lower than the ones we have today. So free movement of people was not an issue at that point. Just Erasmus from Rotterdam, you heard of him, he was actually Dutch. He studied theology. He was becoming a priest. He was studying under a German priest. Then he moved to England because he wanted to meet Thomas More. Then he went to France, where he kept studying theology, and at the same time he learned ancient Greek because he understood that's the language you need. Then he wanted to go back to England, but he was not accepted there, so he went to Bologna in Italy instead. And while he was in Bologna in Italy, he decided to take a PhD in Torino, which is my alma mater. So we had a bust of Erasmus in our courtyard, and we claimed that he was the first Erasmus student. But that was the joke at that time. But he actually was, and that's why the program is called after him, because he really was a global scholar. Then he went to teach in Cambridge, and at the end he moved to Switzerland, where he finally died. So that should be an example for us. And these people were actually, traveling by horse. And now we brag because we send a student to Portugal that you can reach in 2 hours, and everybody has money to buy a ticket to go to Portugal. So we have to put things in perspective, considering the tools and the conditions and the wealth we have. We should be much more international than we are. Only in the 18th and 19th century, when national universities appeared, this process stopped. In national languages were introduced. Mandatory studying abroad was almost forbidden in many cases. Then the world wars came. And only after that, the process started again. That's why we say that the modern internationalization started in the 90s, basically. It took a long time, and it was mainly due to the actions of the European Union with the new programs. And starting with Erasmus, but then it was much more. This has been a steady process. The support of the incentives offered by European Commission through funded programs. So the beginnings, I'm not going to go through much, but as I said, there was no strategy, internationalization strategy. This was a small number of enthusiastic individuals. I was lucky enough to work for one of them for 15 years. But we really had to fight to bring this forward. This was seen as something that cost money, because internationalization at the beginning didn't bring any money, and hardly today even. It's something that costs, it's something that with very vague objectives and very vague results. Rectors want to see results here and now, and they are the ones putting the money. So there was no strategy. That was more 20 years later that universities started talking about specific international strategies. Sometimes it appeared in the general strategy of the university, but not that often even. There were no dedicated structures, so there was also a very interesting process of when internationalization became more and more popular, more and more visible. Some structures were created. At the beginning, it was mainly for contracts, international contracts for research projects, but then international offices were created over time. And what is interesting is that they were created when internationalization started being a bit relevant, then it became very relevant, and now it's so relevant that international offices are being shut down, because internationalization is now part of the general structure of the university, the general activities of the university, and you don't need a specific office taking care of that. So I know many cases, even my previous universities have just taken down the international office, and now there are specialists in the different divisions that deal, if needed, with these specific international cases. So there are lawyers who are expert in international contracts, there are in the admission office, there are officers that know exactly how to read international credentials, and so on. So we went back and forth. It's a good sign, probably, that we don't need to consider this as an exception. At that point, at the very beginning of the 90s, we were talking about free movers, so students were just moving freely at their own expenses and at their own risk. Sometimes they could access some Erasmus grants, but they were the norm, and the students with the scholarships were the exception. There was project-based mobility, meaning that, for those who remember, at the beginning, Erasmus was based on consortia of universities. So there were groups of universities in a specific field. I think they were called the ICPs, Inter-University Collaborative Program or something. They were gathering around a specific topic and exchange students with each other in that topic, and there was a contract for that. Now we're used to this bilateral collaboration, but it was not like that at the beginning. What is interesting is that these core universities that at the end of the 80s, beginning of the 90s, started working on this Erasmus project-based mobility, they are, in the next step, they created consortia, university consortia, and at the end, now, very recently, they are the same ones that belong to most of the European University Initiative alliances. That was the case for my university, for example. So these names and these universities that I was sending faxes to, because we didn't have email at that point, are the same ones that we work with in our European University Alliance today. As I said, first university networks were created out of these ICPs. The question is what we do now with these university networks when the European University Initiative is taking over. And there I have no answer, because everybody is struggling. And at that point, the first dual degrees were created. So a step forward from credit mobility, we approached this new concept of having students getting 2 degrees. That was, now we take it for granted again, but at the time it was a big thing, and they were really popular and really with very high level of attraction for the university, for the students. At the turn of the century, so in the 2000s, the Bologna process changed a bit everything. For the first time, we talked about harmonization. That had a positive impact on the internationalization, of course, because of these structures, the 2 plus 3, 3 plus 2 plus 3. It was much easier to read the programs and much easier to move students around. Erasmus Mundus was a game changer in the sense that for the first time there was possibility to collaborate on the same level with universities from outside of Europe, or better, to recruit their students with specific funding dedicated. But that brought a lot of advantages for internationalization. And also for joint programs in general, because it standardized more or less the joint programs. ECTS, it was also important. Now again, we take it for granted, but this actually facilitated a lot the full recognition that we are still struggling with. In the European University Initiative, we are still talking about this full recognition, but if we look back, the big change was brought by the ECTS, which started as a pilot project and then became the norm. So again, those people who started this pilot project, they had no idea that this would have become the European standard. And it also brought around a lot of transparency, so it was also easier for students to understand what they would be doing in the partner university and how this would be recognized. Internationalization at home was also launched in this period, so not only those who physically move should have access to the benefits of internationalization, but also the ones who stay at home. And how to do this, universities started developing different models. And thanks to them, these pioneers in those years, we now today talk about internationalization for all. So everybody should have access in a way or another to internationalization. And thanks to the pandemic, then we had actually to do it because everybody was sitting at home. So we had to find ways for them to keep internationalization moving and to give access to everybody. Transnational education for profit internationalization. This is, as I said already, the branch campuses that were opened all over the world. Sometimes the impact of these initiatives on internationalization is not very high because it's simply offering something somewhere else that it's not visible at home, but it has an impact globally. So students who would not have the means to move to your country can get your education in their own country. And sometimes we don't see the magnitude of this, but I have some data that are 10-year-old, but already then I couldn't find any more recent one. But back then, 20% of the students enrolled in programs offered by British universities and who were not studying in England or Great Britain was 20%. So 20% of the students that Great Britain brags about to have never been in England. And 25% when it comes to Australia. So 25% of the Australian students have never been to Australia. So this makes a difference. In the 2010s, strategic partnerships became more popular, meaning that universities started looking for deeper internationalization. At the beginning, everybody was jumping on everybody else to have some form of collaboration and show it on their slides. Then it became too much, so now the problem is the opposite. Not to find partners, but to filter the partners and to pick the ones that best work for you. So we talk about deeper internationalization, and you work not only on student exchange, but when you choose a strategic partner, you have a set of actions that you consider that could be better carried out with that university than on your own. So this was what was happening in those years. Then we had the European approach to quality assurance in joint program, and that brought the joint programs one step forward, meaning that it is now, in principle, possible to accredit a joint program in only one of the countries represented in the consortium, and that will be recognized by all the other countries. So if you're familiar with international joint programs, one of the main problems is that sometimes you have a program in one university, you have a similar program in the other university. If you put them together and create a joint program, you have to reaccredit the programs in both countries, and that takes time, money, and most universities don't do this exactly because of this. Now with this tool, it was much easier, even if this process is not really simple in itself, but still. Simplification was coming during the 2010s. Erasmus Plus brought a rationalization and synergies of all the programs. I remember I was working with different tools. They all had different rules, different budgets, budget rules, and it was almost impossible to work with all of them. Erasmus Plus in 2014 brought all this together under the same umbrella, and that was a much better situation. Comprehensive internationalization, meaning that all the components of the universities are, or at that point started being involved in internationalization. Internationalization of the curriculum, meaning not internationalization is not just people moving back and forth, but it's also offering an education that is international. So the content of the education at your own university is not only looking at the needs of the labor market in your country, but it's looking at the needs globally in principle, those who actually pay attention to the internationalization of the curriculum. The tuition and fee issue, many countries that had free education started charging tuition fees to non-European students. I'm talking about Europe now. It happened in Sweden. It went from completely free education with, we had at the time 1,000 international non-European students on campus. In 2012, the government decided that this was too much. We were offering free education with taxpayers' money to students that were then coming back to their country, and we were losing everything. So they introduced very high tuition fees. Overnight, we lost all our students. From 1,000, I think we had some 120 the year after. And this was silly. It's still being done. There is a study from NAFIC, the Dutch national agency, that shows that if you offer free education to 100 students, for your country to benefit from this action, you just have to retain 5% of them. So if only 5 stay in your country will already benefit much more than the money you have invested to educate those 100. But of course, politicians don't want to see that, or they see what's happening in the moment and not what the future developments could be. And then rankings, of course, this came up, and internationalization was affected in the sense that those organizations doing the rankings, managing the rankings, they were setting the criteria that university had to focus on to still rank very high. And this affected also how they worked internationally. And now today, European University Initiative, that could be a true game changer. What is interesting with the European University Initiative is that most of these alliances are composed by universities that were working together already in the early 90s, as I said. What is interesting with this is also that it's not clear where the balance between excellence and inclusion is. Only 10% of the European university will be part of an alliance, so what happens to the others? Are we creating a two-tier system? And also that there are, within the European University Initiative, reversed hierarchies that we are seeing already. So when you belong to one of these alliances, your role in the alliance doesn't reflect your role in your own organization. So for my alliance, I'm the manager for my university, and my deputy is the head of my department. And this is happening all over the place. So it's creating new dynamics, a more democratic approach in that sense. There was the COVID effect, we all know about it. There was a lot of inwards looking during the COVID, so internationalization did not stop, but it changed a bit. We stopped whatever was not really necessary because we had enough problems at home. Virtual exchanges were introduced. Before and they were an exception. For a couple of years they became the rule, so that changed a lot. There was more internationalization at home. And we all were in our colleagues' kitchen and living room. We met their cats and their children. But that also changed things in the sense that now we feel we are much more closer to our colleagues than we were before in some way. There are geopolitical crises that are impacting all of us, as we all know. And it's not only the war, but there are many that are impacting the internationalization of our education. Academic freedom is under attack in many countries, so when we work internationally, we also have to take care of that and keep it into consideration. And then we have the priorities of the European Commission that are affecting us, and in this period, it's sustainability, inclusiveness, digitalization, and civic engagement that we have to have in all our international ventures. And now, recently in March, UNESCO approved a document on the recognition of qualifications. The European Union does not have any saying in this topic because the exclusive competence relies with the member states, but UNESCO came in, and this is a binding document. So it means that since March, basically any student who feels discriminated because their national qualification is not recognized for further studies or for employment in a second United Nations country, they can actually appeal this legally. And then we have the joint European degree label. And there something has to change. There are pilot projects now. This is the first time the European Union starts looking into the contents. And this will change things. And we have responsible internationalization related also to the crisis and everything else that I said. So to conclude, internationalization implies high costs, high risks, low sustainability, we have to move and travel, low and very competitive funding, slow results, if any, constant international resistance, endless legal bottlenecks. So I was talking to a colleague at the end of a very bad meeting we had. Why are we doing this? We got some identity crisis. We brainstormed a bit and we realized that at the end, internationalization for us, it's connecting people, promoting openness, tolerance, human progress, which also matches the theme of this conference. And at the end of the day, we thought that if everybody in the world would think more like we, who are dedicated to this field, think and act about differences, about the other, about fixing problems and helping around, at the end, this would probably promote peace, and we wouldn't be here 70 years later talking about peace in Europe again, unfortunately. Thank you for listening.
Mirko, so thank you so very much. There is a long list of questions I wanted to ask you, but unfortunately we've run out of time, which, now that I think about it, was probably your strategy to make sure I don't have time to ask you.
Yes.
To ask you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Mirko Varano, Senior Advisor International Projects at KTH Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm, Sweden. And we have a little token for you. Hopefully you have a symbolic gift from AGH University. Thank you once again. Lots of, I should say, food for thought in Mirko's presentation. Let's see where we get from here. And now we'll talk about institutional support in opening up to new challenges and building bridges in international cooperation. Hopefully we'll have 2 more chairs on this stage at this point, because I would like to welcome Piotr Kępski, Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange, joining us on the stage, and also invite Paweł Poszytek, Director General, Foundation for the Development of the Education System, FRRC, Polish National Agency of the Erasmus Plus program, and the European Solidarity Corps, and Justyna Janiszewska, Executive Director, Management Board Member at Polish US Fulbright Commission. Let's welcome all our guests with applause, please. And I should say that our stage is all set and ready for the conversation. Enjoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you, say hello. My name is Piotr Kępski. I represent Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange. I will use the Polish abbreviation NAWA because it's short, and for Poles it's quite familiar. For the guests from abroad, I hope that you will match this long name, Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange, with the short abbreviation NAWA. So this is the agency that supports internationalization at home and also mobilities. We exist since 2017, so we are quite young organization. But I'm very grateful to the organizers of our conference that they promote NAWA, promote our programs. So thank you very much to Paweł Świerk, to AGH University for inviting me here and talking a bit about NAWA programs that support institutional internationalization. And I have a short presentation about our programs. So let me show a few slides about NAWA offer. But it will be also, due to time constraints, it will be rather
you know, very brief presentation of NAVA offer. So if you have any reflections, any questions or comments, you can approach me during the break, so we can discuss in more details. So, okay, can we have the next slide, please, from my presentation? As I said, a few words about NAVA. We have been established in 2017. We are the public body, public agency that supports internationalization of higher education and research. And we are also in charge of promotion, worldwide promotion of Polish language, because it is also a part of our mission. We have now over 100 staff members, and we more or less carry out yearly 26 programs. It depends, it changes from year to year, but generally we have over 20 programs, and all of them deal with internationalization, mobilities, internationalization at home, or Polish language promotion also. Next time, please. Next slide, please. So we have 4 target groups and 4 kinds of programs that are addressing these target groups. So I represent the institutions, the Department for Programs for Institutions. I will tell you a few words about our programs. But there are also 3 other target groups for NAVA, so they are also scientists, and we have programs dedicated to scientists. There are students, of course, programs for students, and the Polish language department deals with promotion of Polish language. Next slide, please. Maybe we could have the switcher. That I don't have to say every time. Next slide. So this is our offer in terms of institutional programs. We have several programs that support research, internationalization of research, mobilities, that supports internationalization at home, but also dual programs or joint educational programs, also intense but short common programs between Polish entities and foreign partners. We also support internationalization of PhD education, which is now a bit more challenging because we had reform and change in doctoral schools. So now it is there are some impacts of internationalization of doctoral schools, because PhD students focus mainly on their degree, finishing their studies according to the plan of the studies, and they are less involved or interested in going abroad, at least for a longer period, because it can have a negative impact a bit on their timeline of their studies. So this is a challenge also that everything changes, and it can also have impact on internationalization. And today I will briefly introduce to you 2 programs: Strategic Partnerships and Welcome to Poland program, but really in a very brief because of time constraint. So strategic partnerships. I know that AGH University has already such a project. The program is dealing with supporting very broad range of activities. It can be, imagine that you are, because we are signing the contract with a Polish university or Polish research entity, and they want to have cooperation with foreign partners. It can be partner from European Union, but it can be also a partner outside Europe. And if they want to have, for example, exchange of students, exchange of research personnel, exchange of academics, or they want to pursue common research projects, they can apply for this program, strategic partnerships. Currently, our keynote mentioned also European Universities Initiative and European Universities Alliances. So this program is also suited to support Polish participation in such strategic partnerships like European University Alliances. So more or less, this is the program that supports long-term and strategic ties, research or academic or educational ties with foreign partners. So I would like to draw your attention to this, let's say, strategic dimension of this program. And the next program in terms of institutional support that I would like to mention is Welcome to Poland. This is a program very close to my heart because I'm a program manager. Together with my colleague in Warsaw, Paweł Skubida, we are program coordinators. And as it was mentioned, this program builds capacities at home. So it supports internationalization at home. We are under this program, we are not supporting many mobilities, but also some mobilities are possible. For example, teaching staff or administrative staff can do study visits at their partner universities or partner entities abroad, so they can acquire new skills or develop their skills in terms of internationalization. But generally, the program is about developing capacities and potential to serve our guests from abroad in Poland. So I'm very happy that AGH University establishes such a welcome center here. As I have heard, this will be the welcome center dedicated to researchers, to scientists, to academics, yes? And the welcome center for the students probably will be established in the future. So some universities, especially bigger ones, decide to establish several welcome centers. For example, one dedicated to students, another dedicated to the staff. But we let's say, make possible such activities to be implemented. And also the program, to some extent, supports foreign promotion of Polish universities and also developing international alumni relations with our former students, yes, who graduated from Polish universities and go abroad or stay in Poland and would like to have some let's say sentiment towards their alma mater. And now I would like to mention 3 other programs that are run by our colleagues from the scientist department, but these programs have also some elements of institutional support. Therefore, my colleagues from from the Department for Scientists asked me to mention these programs. So the first one is NAVA Chair program. This is a program that enables Polish universities or Polish research entities to invite to Poland really high-class researchers from abroad who can conduct research in Poland, who can teach in Poland, and who can apply for very prestigious grants from Polish, representing Polish institution. And the institutional aspect in this program relies on this, that it is the Polish institution that submits application on behalf of this chair or foreign academic, foreign researcher who comes to Poland. And this program offers really very good conditions for work for such a foreign visiting professor, and this is quite popular program. Next call for applications will be in the next year, because it has already finished this year, accepting the applications. The next program run by our scientist department is NAVA Polish Returns program. This is the program with the goal to get back Polish researchers or Polish academics who work abroad. So this is a kind of program that says hello to all Polish diaspora, Polish researchers abroad. We have an attractive offer for you. We would like you to come back to Poland and make research, do research, establish, for example, your own research group in Poland, and do what you do on the high class, on the top class level, as you are used to. So this is quite an attractive program for Polish citizens who work abroad and would like to go back to Poland. Next call, this is in May. This will start in May this year. So this is very close date for the beginning of this call for the program. And last but not least, I would like also to mention NAVA Urgency Grants program. This program resulted from COVID pandemic. This is a program that supports research that addresses urgent needs, urgent challenges in terms of society or in terms of research. And if a group of scientists or a Polish scientist would like to do the research addressing such a challenge in collaboration with international partners, then they apply for this NAVA Urgency Grants program. And the key, let's say, issue is that the challenge has to be urgent, yes, has to be new, has to be very pertinent, relevant to the current needs. So this is also a very specific program that has a continuous call for applications. So the call is constant, let's say. Usually we have the calls that are open in a particular time and closed after 2-3 months, but this urgency grants program is a continuous call. So thank you very much for your attention. I hope that you will find NAVA offer attractive, that you will take into account our offer. And yesterday I was in Krakow University of Economics with a short visit because they also conduct a project under Welcome to Poland, and they told me, listen, your programs, your NAVA programs are very important to us, give us a lot of opportunities in terms of speeding up internationalization. So this was for me a very good message that all the stuff that we do, all problems, procedures that we face, sometimes we have some crises, but people say NAVA programs are important to us and you do a good job. So I hope our offer will also be attractive for you. Thank you very much. Pani.
Okay. Is it up to us to decide who's next, or do we follow the order of presentations?
Absolutely, it's also up to you, but yes, please do follow the order of presentations, yes. It would have been a double introduction, I suppose.
So hello everybody, I'm Paweł Poszytek from the National Agency of Erasmus Plus Program and European Solidarity Corps. Thank you very much for inviting us. I don't know if I have time to show the presentation in detail, but the situation is very dynamic, and actually I was inspired by the first speaker. So first I will make a few introductory remarks in the light of this inspiration. So in the first presentation, actually, a few key programs were mentioned. That was Tempus program, Erasmus program, and joint programs initiative. Actually, these are all initiatives connected and belonging to the broader area of Erasmus Plus program operations. So I'm happy that actually the stress was put on these initiatives, because actually, if we talk about internationalization, we cannot avoid, in a way, talking about Erasmus Plus program, which is a flagship program of the European Union. So I represent the institution which is the hub, the national hub for these programs. And also we operated Tempus in the early 90s. So the organization I represent was created in 1993. We are the longest operating institution in Poland, which deals with internationalization of Polish higher education system. And we are the biggest as far as the number of funds and programs are concerned. Obviously, Erasmus Plus is our flagship program, not only ours, but the European Union's flagship program. But all together with different joint programs, we operate something like over 20 different European Union's programs supporting higher education system and contributing to the creation of the so-called European higher education area. So actually, internationalization is in the DNA of our organization. In the title of this meeting, of this conference, we have impact of internationalization. We could speak hours or maybe even days about this impact, especially that in my institution we are also carrying out a lot of different research. I have a different division which is devoted only to research and to analysis, and we also have a publishing house. Most of those publications are accessible online, and most of them are also in English, so you can have a look at them. So, but just to give a very few snapshots to see this kind of impact. So for the last 30 years, actually, of operating this program in Poland, we have something like over 250,000 Polish students sent abroad within the scheme of Erasmus Plus program, and at the same time we accepted here in Poland over 100,000 students from abroad. So that's one snapshot, just to see the range, just to see the impact, and just to quote the numbers, which somehow can tell us something. Because when I tell you, for example, that my budget for this year, only for the Erasmus, is almost 300 million euros, it's difficult to imagine how this money can be distributed and to what kinds of activities. But I think that the numbers of mobilities is telling something. Another snapshot of this impact, actually the first speaker already mentioned the research and the survey carried out among students, among those who participate in the mobilities, how those mobilities impacted their lives, what kinds of experiences they they brought back and what kinds of competences they think they are developing. We are also carrying out research like this, and actually the results of our research are very similar to this one which was shown during the first presentation. The other part, Erasmus Plus program, is not only for mobilities. Actually, we are trying to, we are doing a lot of campaigns in the media, and we organize a lot of conferences to explain to people that Erasmus Plus is not only mobility of the students, because actually in a kind of general public mind or awareness is that Erasmus is sending the students. Actually, this is a very important part of the program, and we spend a lot of money on this, but actually this is something like 15% of the whole budget and of the whole story. Erasmus Plus program is also strategic partnerships. There may be a kind of, some people may be a bit misleading because both institutions, NAVA and us, we have the same terms. We use the same terms when we say about institutions. This is a national agency, and we are the national agency. They coordinate strategic partnerships, and we provide funds for strategic partnerships. This is a big part of Erasmus program as well. And another myth is that some people think that this is only for some kind of soft programs like meeting between universities. Actually, within Erasmus Plus program, you can get the funding for very substantial cooperation projects between, for example, universities and business. We have a few very interesting examples in Poland. Like, for example, one of the technical universities in Poland, together with a few other technical universities around Europe, and also including the Polish branch of Siemens, within Erasmus Plus program, they are within our funds, they are creating and they are building a virtual campus. Virtual campus is very important. When we talk, there was also another very important thing mentioned during the first presentation, which is European Universities Initiative. So if you want to, if we want to see this initiative develop and be alive somehow, one of the most important tools to do that and to keep those alliances is a creation of virtual campuses, which is also one of the lessons learned from COVID pandemic. So I'm trying to combine all these, threads which already appeared during our discussion. We have also a very interesting project within Erasmus Plus, which is again coordinated by still another technical university in Poland, which is creating the algorithms and the software to read the emotions from the faces of autistic children. So why I'm providing these examples, just to show you what kinds of things can you do without the Erasmus Plus program. And there are a lot of stories like this. I know that we are running out of time, so I'm just going to touch upon some other few important issues. So another important information here, especially that here in the audience we have a lot of representatives of universities from outside Europe, is that actually in this financial framework, which started 2014 and is going to last 2021 and 2027. We have another dimension of the Erasmus Plus program. Erasmus Plus program now goes global, so it means that actually you can, while realizing different projects, you can incorporate partners from outside Europe. You can finance mobility into the countries outside Europe. So actually, the whole world is open to cooperate with the use of Erasmus Plus funds. And finally, European University Initiative, which is a kind of cherry on the on the top, on the cake for the European Commission. And the main aim of it is to provide, the platform and the framework for creating alliances among European universities. In order to put it short, in order to break all the limits and barriers and boundaries, and actually to come back more or less to the situation that was described during the times of Erasmus. So totally free mobility, limitless mobility of students and staff within those alliances. The possibility of using the resources of the whole network, creating virtual campuses, which I already mentioned, and all this should lead, in the ideal situation, to joint programs and also to create one legal entity. This is the hottest issue now. How to arrive at the situation in which those alliances actually become one university, one legal entity. This is the biggest challenge. The debate is going on because, as you can imagine, there are a lot of legal restrictions and obstacles in this respect. Okay, just to see if I haven't missed anything. So as I said, we have 30 experience of providing the platform and fostering internationalization among Polish higher education institutions. As you can see, actually the number of applications that we receive puts us on the first place in Europe. If we think in a broader context, sometimes Turkey has better results than us. But if we think only about European countries, I mean European Union members, actually we are the most active in Europe. Not we as the institution that I represent, but actually it's universities and educational institutions in Poland which are very, very active. So as I've mentioned, we operate actually over 20 different programs, basically from the European Union. We are trying to, apart from the information centers that we have in practically all the major cities in Poland, last year we started creating the so-called Erasmus Plus in-hubs. We also have the one in Kraków. These are not information centers. These are kind of incubating centers, the places where people from universities, from business meet. They try to incubate and design and develop ideas for different projects, and then we are trying to support these ideas and to help to go through all this administrative path in order to so that the institutions that apply could get those grants quickly and effectively. We organize a lot of trainings, meetings, and as I said, most of them are within those in-hub network. Every year in Poland, we organize the biggest Congress of Education. This Congress actually there are different hosts of this Congress. Last year it was in the University of Warsaw. It is also supported by one of the biggest television broadcaster, which is Polsat TV. So we have a huge media coverage. Every year, something like 3,000–4,000 people from different educational sectors attending the Congress. And actually on the photo, apparently we have director of AGH University, Professor Jerzy Lis here. Okay, so the budget, as I said, maybe then if we talk about the money, maybe it's difficult to translate it into numbers of mobilities and the impact of projects and so on, but the whole budget of the European Union for Erasmus Plus program, the whole budget for this seven-year period, 21-27, the whole budget is almost 30 billion euros. So just to give you an idea, the Horizon Europe, which is which is a research program, very similar to Erasmus, but basically devoted to research. Their budget is 100 billion. In the previous perspective, their budget was 30 billion. Now our budget is 30 billion. So it's really a huge amount of money. And as I said, Erasmus is not only for students, it's also for partnerships. And it's not only Europe, it also goes global. So actually you can have partners from outside Europe as well. And Ukraine, we support Ukraine. Not only us in Poland, my institution carries out a lot of activities supporting Ukraine, because we also have additional program, which is intergovernmental program, Polish-Ukrainian Fund for supporting youth. But also European Union has changed some of the rules of the Erasmus Plus program, and there are some new elements that within which you can support Ukraine, you can accept the students from Ukraine, you can fund their stays in Poland, and so on and so on. So there are a lot of possibilities now. Okay, so these are the examples of the projects. I've already told you about those projects, so let's go further.
My apologies for interrupting, but I'm afraid we have run out of time for this section.
Okay, so I'm about to end. So Erasmus Plus also has central actions. You have to apply not to your national agency, but you have to apply to the executive agency in Brussels. And one of those central actions is European university initiatives. But you've got also Erasmus Mundus there. You've got also joint programs there, many things that already were mentioned here. Okay, European universities, we've mentioned that. We invite you for our conference dedicated only to European universities. It's going to take place in Warsaw on the 15th of May. We are going to present the results of the research that we've just carried out in Poland among the Polish universities participating in those alliances. This is not only our research, we are carrying out our own research, but we also provided some funds for Polish universities, for Polish researchers to do the research on their own. So actually we are going to present the results of 5 different pieces of research, each of them dedicated to a different aspect of operations within European universities alliances. So for example, governance issues, for example, digital transformation, for example, the impact of those alliances on the structure and organization of universities and studies, the impact on didactics, and so on and so on. So 15th of May, Warsaw. Okay, volunteers. So let's skip it because we don't have time. We also, and Euroskills maybe too. We organize different activities like, for example, Erasmus Plus Run, just to promote the program. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Paweł Poszytek, Director General at FRSE, Polish National Agency for the Erasmus Plus and the European Solidarity Corps. And now we proceed to Ms. Justyna Janiszewska, Executive Director, Management Board Member, Polish-US Fulbright Commission. Madam, stage is yours.
Thank you for this introduction, and thank you many thanks to the organizers for inviting me to present here, because sitting here in between of the representatives of really 2 big national agencies, I can feel the difference in the weight of the program, which is a little bit different animal. This is a program that was established by the American Congress in 46, sorry. And in Poland, it operates already for over 60 years. From the global perspective, or from the American perspective, it is a global program because it works in over 160 countries. However, it operates on bilateral basis, and that will be mostly the perspective I'll be presenting today. And also listening to the keynote speaker, when he very nicely summarized all the hassles of the international corporations and then talked about while actually doing this, I thought like, oh, this is actually the motto of our program, openness, promoting international understanding. This is what the Fulbright program was initially built for. So let me start with telling a little bit about our offer to go into how we support international cooperation of institutions. Here you can see somebody who's definitely recognized by those who live in Poland. This is the current ambassador of the United States to Poland, Mark Brzeziński, and he was actually a Fulbrighter to Poland 30 years ago. He's greatly helping us now to promote our activities because he's talking frequently about this experience, and it's just giving in a brief shot what the impact of the program may be for any individual as well as for the institutions. So as I said, our program operates in Poland for over 60 years. Actually, we're preparing to our 65th anniversary next year. You can see here the logo from our 60th anniversary. And that was the first country behind the Iron Curtain where the program was established. For the first 30 years, it was operated by the US Embassy to Poland. And now we operate as a Polish-based foundation. And it is important for me to mention that we are funded in half, exactly in half, by the US State Department and the Polish Ministry of Science and Education. Until now, we have over 5,000 alumni from both countries, and we're granting around 100 grants every year. So here already you can see the difference of scale. These are Poles and Americans only. The other programs in other countries fund activities for Americans and respective nationals for mutual bilateral exchanges. Altogether, globally, it rounds up to around 8,000 people every year. So a little bit about the awards for the Poles, and if you're a national of another country and you're interested in what the program has to offer, it might be a little bit different. It's, there's a lot of liberty in shaping the program at the national level, but as you can see from that, we have an offer for basically all stages of academic career, starting from graduate studies in the US, full course of graduate, master, or doctoral degree studies, through research for young academics, young researchers, and also research stays in the US for postdoctoral level academics. I would like to stress here two initiatives which are specific for our commission for Poland, which is STEM Impact Award for short stay, short interventions for advanced researchers who are already PIs, who already promoted a number of master degree and doctoral candidates, and they literally don't have time to go abroad for a semester or two. They are too busy, however, they feel they could benefit from international exchange. And this is program aimed for specifically for them. And the Slavic Award is a program that we're currently running with two American universities, which is to lecture about Poland, Polish culture, or in a bit broader context, Slavonic culture, Slavonic societies, economy in our countries can be as well, with a fresh perspective of somebody coming directly from Poland and bringing new knowledge, new perspective to the university and students over there. And talking about Americans coming to Poland, we invite every year English teaching assistants who are native speakers, teachers at the Polish universities. Likewise, for the Poles going to the US, young researchers, and then scholars coming as teachers or researchers, or combining both perspectives. There's also a short-term program for Americans coming for a period between 2 to 6 weeks for short interventions. Typically, those programs are about training the staff of an institute or a university department in particular technique or methodology that is not well recognized yet here. However, some institutions in the US have that knowledge, or it's a research run together with the Polish partner. we try to take well care of our grantees, and beyond financial benefits, for a couple of years now we're offering psychological assistance and medical assistance, both of them in the COVID and post-COVID reality seem to be very important for people we're working with. And our strength of a program that, as you can see, is relatively small compared to national agencies' offer, lies in lasting and strong partnerships that we're building on both sides of the ocean. In our case, in Poland and in the US, we have our regular partners in the United States for administration of the program and support to our grantees while they are in the US. And we also build long-term partnerships with academic institutions in both countries. This is the way to strengthen our impact, to make it longer term and more impactful. I started with presentation of our key offer, which is, as you could see, directed to individuals. This is how the program was initially constructed. And it has not changed ever since. However, there's the strong underlying belief behind it that individuals have strength and power to shape the reality. And this is what we actually see. With individual dreams and pursuits of research, of knowledge, a lot of long-lasting partnerships started. And when people want to continue cooperation, they do, with or without us, using the offer of other institutions or the funds of their own institutions. So here you can see the ways in which the program can benefit directly institutions. So it can be either receiving or sending your own staff to both countries, and especially in case of Fulbright Specialist Program, actively applying to us, to the Commission, with the idea of a program of bringing a specialist here to cooperate. We have evidence, though I wouldn't be able to give a precise data in percentages today, that majority of our grantees continue this cooperation. They either cooperate further with the institutions and partners they met during their grant, or they started some new collaboratives that are sometimes turned into multi-annual projects, programs, partnerships, official partnerships between universities or institutes. And here I think lies the power of individual exchanges. It takes people to meet. In the era of technologies, it is far easier to arrange a number of things online. I don't have to say it to all of you. Today, a lot of people are probably listening to us online, but if you really want to have good, long-lasting cooperation and good results, at the end of the day, finally, you have to meet your partners, you have to discuss things, you have to go into some difficult discussions, as the keynote speaker said today, and sometimes even think that maybe this is over and it didn't make sense, and sometimes be tired with this, but this is probably the only way to build up this cooperation. In case of what we're doing, with overseas cooperation, with at least 6 time zones difference, up to even 10 time zones difference, and many 1,000 kilometers, this is especially important. It is far easier just to reach out to your partners within Europe, just grab cheap flight, get on the train and see them in many cases and solve difficult situations. It's not that easy in case of this international, intercontinental, I would say, collaboration. So this is basically what we're doing, how we're supporting institutions in a number of ways. To those of you who are based here, but also in other European countries, I would like to underline 2 opportunities. You don't even have to host a Fulbrighter at your institution. Maybe nobody applied from the US to be placed at your institution. Maybe you haven't encountered anybody you would like to invite for a longer period of time. But in case you're organizing a seminar, a conference, and you have a fitting, you see a fitting scholar placed elsewhere in Europe, you can use the Fulbright program and the funds that the program has to bring that person for a couple of days to your institution. So you can do that going to the website of any Fulbright Commission based in Europe. You can go to our website and there's a section named Inter-Country Travel Grant, and you can see how to do that. And there's a list of US scholars based all over Europe with their disciplines. So you can search them further and you can invite them to your events, also using the financial support from the program. When you're here in Poland and you're interested in some expertise that some of our grantees based here in Poland have, and we do present everybody on our website. So just go to our website and you can see our current grantees. You can also reach out either directly to those grantees or to us as the office and invite those grantees to come with a lecture or a workshop to your institution. They are here typically for a semester or two, and even though they are very busy doing their research or teaching students at their host institution, they do feel that they should be active and giving far and beyond what is expected within the contract that they have. And this is also a great chance for them to see the country better, to meet more people, to build further partnerships, and typically they are very eager to visit your institution and to also see what you're doing and how you're doing that. I think I would stop here because perhaps there would be some questions and we could use the remaining time for that.
Exactly. We are delayed anyway, but still we have 2 minutes. Maybe one of you would like to ask a question. If not, I have a question. I always have a question. But still, I would very much like to give the priority to you. Is anyone interested in asking our eminent guests a question? Still shy, I see it. We'll work on it. May I ask you a quick one? You've heard this question, but this time I'm going to make it a little bit more difficult. If you were to answer the question of related to the value of internationalization in a single sentence, just imagine you have only one sentence to explain why internationalization matters, because this panel was essentially about opening up to new challenges and also building bridges, which are buzzwords when you think about internationalization. They say a lot and they say nothing at all. So if you were to explain to someone the value of internationalization with a single sentence, what would that be? And again, no fixed order here. Please use the microphone so that our audience hears you.
Well, impossible in one sentence, but well, I can use my own experience. So I'm into management, yes, and this is such a global scientific discipline that you cannot do it just, in a kind of bubble. You're
All right.
bubble.
There
are a lot of scientific disciplines in which you have to go global. Otherwise, your research would be actually very poor.
Thank you very much on essentially giving up on the question. Thank you,
so
madam.
Let's agree that we kind of build on, okay? We don't repeat what the previous one said. So I would say that working in international group just out of definition puts you out of your comfort zone, and this is necessary to grow.
So you would emphasize the importance of taking yourself out of your habits, comfort zone. That matters. Thank you very much. Piotr, anything you would like to add?
I would say maybe 3 words. Quality, it increases quality. It contributes to broadening your horizons, and it also is important for the being competitive in terms of research and higher education.
You see, even if you give it a try, 3 words turn out to be like 10 words eventually. Thank you so very much, Justyna, Paweł, Piotr. Thank you. We would like to give a... Not this side, please, wait. I think Marta has a symbolic gift for you, so please, Paweł, don't leave yet. here's a gift we would like to leave you with, and thank you for taking the trouble to come and join us for this conference. And all the best, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy the coffee break. You've very much deserved it. And see you in half an hour.
Nie, jest jeden. Teraz ma mikrofon. Czekaj, to może podejdźmy, Janusz, tam, bo tam jest ten Takasaki, ten Japończyk.
Tak? Aha, no.
Welcome back after the break. I hope we are all ready. Everyone has had enough coffee and water and tea. I guess we are ready for the next session. And the two words that everyone in this room, we have 25 nationalities, and everyone in this room must have heard at least a couple of times in their life, and that is American Dream. The title of our next session is American Dream versus Polish Experience, how Polish-American cooperation has opened up our horizons and influenced our university environment. We have 4 speakers joining us. One of them is joining us online, remotely. But first, let me invite Professor Janusz Gołaś, Department of Coal Chemistry and Environmental Sciences, Faculty of Energy and Fuels, Coordinator for Cooperation with the USA. Sir, welcome. Let's welcome Professor with applause, please. The luxury of being the first on the stage is that you choose where you sit. So make yourself comfortable. Yes, we have Professor Janusz Supernak, College of Civil Engineering, Construction and Environmental Engineering at San Diego State University, California. Sir, welcome. Professor Carter Hamilton is joining us online, Faculty of the Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering Department, Miami University, Oxford, Ohio University. Welcome. I hope you can hear us and hopefully also see us. Hi. Now, let's...
Thank you. Very nice to be with you.
And very nice to have you with us. Thank you. And we have Gregory Parisi, Fulbright Scholar at AGH, PhD student in the Department of Mechanical, Aerospace and Nuclear Engineering and at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, New York, USA. Welcome, sir. Gentlemen, make yourselves comfortable and enjoy the session.
Good morning, everyone. It's really a great pleasure for me to be here and to have this opportunity to show you this short presentation that I entitled My Short American Story. So this will be from the American story from my perspective. Okay. Internationalization, I think, has many aspects, and just to mention a few: research and education, people and institutions, and last but not least, travel and experiencing the world. I will not talk today about research and education because this is really a huge subject. I will focus more on people and institutions and some interesting people that I managed to meet during my academic life. And finally, about travels and experiencing the world, because meeting interesting people means also that you learn something from them. But this will be only about the US. This will be not about the entire my career in all other countries. Only I will focus on American aspects of this. It all started in my case in '84 when I had a chance to, for the first time, to stay longer in the States as a postdoc at State University of New York at Buffalo. And this was really something at that time, because you must remember that at this moment we still have practically so-called martial law in Poland. So the difference in between our country and in the United States was really, really something amazing. Then the next longer stay for me was at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign as a research fellow. And also I should mention, I had the chance to be many times after that in the US, cooperating with different institutions and universities. But for me also very beneficial was the visit, the longer stay in kind of internship in National Science Foundation in Washington, because I learned about how this structure operates, how it works, and I met several program managers there and had the opportunity to talk to them. So I will try to select only 2 or 3 programs that we managed to perform here at the University of Science and Technology at AGH, together with American partners. So let me just mention the first one. We did it with the Illinois Institute of Technology of Chicago. And we established in 1994 so-called International School of Technology at AGH, UST. In short, this was a program of 4 fields, ending with the double diploma programs with IIT Chicago. And the experimental part of that was, at that time, we started to teach in English as a language of instruction, even Polish students. We got a huge support from Polish Embassy in Washington, Polish Consulate General in Chicago, and also I managed to get some funds from Maria Curie Fund. We invited a group of 7 professors from IIT Chicago, and within a week, practically, we managed to elaborate programs for 4 studies at undergraduate level. So this was the first experience, and it worked for some time, because I also got some funds, and some professors were coming to us, to Poland, to teach parts of this program in English, and it worked for the next more than 10 years. A lot of experience, a lot of troubles also, but somehow it worked. And another program that I want to mention, it was also kind of a spectacular and very new also for Polish system. I managed to apply to the Kościuszko Foundation, and we got a $1 million fund to establish the so-called Department of Environmental Science at AGH UST. This was something totally unknown at that time to establish within a state-run institution like university, a department which was financially supported by a foreign institution, foreign source, namely the Kościuszko Foundation, an American center for Polish culture located in New York City. This was really a fantastic program. I was the manager of this program, and we had this money for research, teaching, PhD scholarships, conferences, etc., etc. It worked very nicely for 11 years. And another program that was quite successful, and now also because of the pandemic we had a longer break. This is summer semester in Kraków for American students. We did it with 2 American partners. The main partner was San Diego State University and Professor Janusz Supernak sitting next to me. And second partner was Miami University, where Professor Carter Hamilton is from. And just in brief, the program worked like that. A group of American students recruited in the US from San Diego, for example, or from Miami University, arrived to Kraków for a period of 3 to 6 weeks. And we have been giving them 3 or 4 subjects in English. They had lectures like from Monday to Wednesday or Thursday at longest. And then they have 3 days free. We, of course, offered them also a kind of a cultural program, visiting Krakow, visiting Poland, and so on. But they were also very effective traveling on their own, you know, like for the weekend to Madrid or for the weekend to Rome and so on. So they were really very impressed. And the third program is the Erasmus Plus program. We are just at the very beginning. With San Diego, with Miami University, and we have just started with Colorado School of Mines. Introductory visit took place like 1 month ago. We visited a group of 13 students from Colorado School of Mines, and we discussed the future possibilities, how to cooperate within Erasmus Plus program. Few words about this program summer semester in Krakow. We called it Experience Europe. Again, 3 partners that I mentioned before. And just as example, those subjects given in English, obviously, by Professor Supernak, by Professor Carter Hamilton, and by Polish representative, Professor Paweł Leidler. As you see, this subject, Women in Polish Heritage, was accepted by both universities, and if American students took this subject, it counted towards their credits in the US. Just to show you selected opinions, I will not read this. Hopefully you will manage to do that. But anyway, really the students were impressed. For practically all American students, these were the first visit abroad, and definitely the first visit to Poland. And they were very much impressed about the differences also, but they were also positively impressed about the life, in particular in Krakow. So this was, we hopefully will continue this program. And just a few pictures from them. These are students sitting in Senate Hall of AGH UST. During one of the visits that you can, if you recognize, you can also among students see Professor Janusz Supernak sitting in the second row, first to the left, and also if you look carefully, there is me somewhere in between students. Now, let me say a few words about people that I managed. This is under this heading of internationalization. By traveling, you meet people, and I had this opportunity to meet very interesting people that I learned a lot from them. And then for years, I had a chance to talk with them, to exchange experiences and so on. And so let me just mention a few of them, because I think this is a very important aspect of internationalization. You see in the first row, sitting in the very center, this is Professor Janet Osteryoung, my first leader in Buffalo. This picture was taken in Cleveland after she got a degree, Guggenheim Award. At that time, as a lady and as a chemist, this was something really spectacular. And later on, she became the director of Division of Chemistry at National Science Foundation. And she invited me to National Science Foundation to learn something about the system of financing in American research and science. So this is the first person that I wanted to mention here. Another is from University of Illinois. Larry Faulkner was at that time the vice chancellor when I worked in his group. And later on, he became the president of Texas University, quite powerful university. And finally, he even became the scientific advisor to President George W. Bush. So this was the second person that, when you meet such people on your way, it gives you a certain jump also in your life. This is the moment of signing the agreement for International School of Technology that I mentioned in between the Vice President Darsh Wazan on the left and our president, who was very much positively, charged, I would say, for international cooperation. This is later Minister of Education, Professor Handke, Mirosław Handke. So I must say again, these two people, I had a chance to cooperate with them for years, were really something important and again connected with the problem of internationalization. I mentioned the role of a Polish embassy in supporting certain our initiatives. Here on this picture, the first gentleman on the left in this white jacket is Professor Andrzej Rabczenko. He was the chargé d'affaires for scientific and technology affairs in Polish embassy for years, and we again managed to do several different things together thanks to his initiative. So another, and the first on the right was Professor Marek Dolar from IIT Chicago. From IIT again, Darsh Wazan, I have already mentioned, and the first on the right is Professor Sid Nair, who for years were visiting AGH, giving lectures to Polish students, giving regular courses to Polish students in this International School of Technology. The interesting thing is that he was married to, in the States, to Polish woman. So we may say that he had certain Polish roots. And I mentioned the very prestigious institution, which is the Kościuszko Foundation. And here is in their building, a picture taken in their building in New York City. And I had this program of $1 million that I mentioned for several years. So again, it gave me the opportunity to visit several times New York, and not only New York, and to meet many, many interesting people who really influenced my different activities. And finally, here is Professor Janusz Supernak. Some years ago, let's say, we are good friends and collaborators for 25 years, just to mention that. And we did many things together. This is on San Diego campus, State University. And after several years, we are celebrating 4th of July last year. Okay, so I simply decided to give you me as an example of internationalization. Let me finish with this statement that internationalization definitely formed my vision of the world and people. And I think I am not exceptional in this case. All people that have the opportunity to travel, to learn other culture, other history, and so on, and to meet people who then may change our lives. This is something really very important for me in this, what we call internationalization. Thank you for your attention. So
I have a green light to talk.
Yeah. I think the next speaker is Professor Janusz Supernak.
Okay, when I wait for my slide, which is actually already starting,
I want to first thank you very much for inviting me. I think this conference is very well run, and I'm very impressed with the quality of presentations, and also, you know, the opportunity itself is so great that we can connect, we can talk, we can learn from each other. Okay, so that's again the same title, American Dream versus Polish Experience. In following actually the same kind of approach that Professor Janusz Gołęś was introducing himself, I want to kind of use my own example, because we were told that those are kind of sometimes the most convincing, and yet they can be easily generalized. So my international path started actually in a completely unusual way, because already I was, it was in a technical high school in Warsaw. My principal told me that we have a student from Sudan, and you are a good student. I designate you to become a mentor for him. And that was actually for 2 years. That completely changed my understanding of the world. We became very good friends. You know, he was really very interesting individual, very lively. You know, he brought a lot to kind of enrich my life at that time. And that was my first contact, you know, with something international. And then it was Warsaw Technical University, that my alma mater. And at the end of my master's program, I was selected to go to for a scholarship in Germany, in Cologne, Bundesanstalt für Straßenwesen. That was my first experience also as a student, to actually see different world. That was still a communist system in Poland, and now suddenly I was exposed to a very different reality, an open society, free society. It was, well, shocking experience, frankly, but it was something very motivating me to also maybe do something even more along this path. I also appreciated my German hosts at that time, who absolutely did everything possible to change their image that still was lingering after the Second World War as, you know, aggressors, as bad people and all that. So they did absolutely everything to make my experience the best it can be. I invited to private homes, dinners, and so on. So that was quite. And then I didn't have English as a language at school at all, so I had to learn on the fly. I went to London, and actually, when I was working on my PhD thesis, I spent a year in London, and then I was working as a civil engineering designer at Badger Limited, an American company. And at that time, I was kind of intensely learning English. Then it came the academic career in the US. First was SUNY Buffalo, the same institution. And that was State University of New York at Buffalo. As a visiting assistant professor, then I moved to Philadelphia, to Drexel University. That was a good private university. And finally to San Diego State University, where I obtained my full professorship and later became the department chair in 1992. Out of this US experience, it was interesting that we had an opportunity to actually receive a grant from the World Bank, and that was to help Afghani professors from Jalalabad, from Nangara University, to basically learn some modern way of doing civil engineering. So that was a $2 million World Bank program that I was leading, and it was very enriching also for all of us at the department. And then another program, international program, was, and is actually still continuing. It's closing actually in May, when we will have the last graduation of students in Tbilisi, Georgia. They have a campus that is like ours. We collaborate with 3 universities over there, and the Georgian and other international students receive the same diplomas as our students on the main campus. Now, from my private perspective, when I became department chair, I realized that we didn't have anything, well, we didn't have strategic plan, but we didn't have anything international really on the menu. And I kind of felt like, you know, having already some experience, that it will be really very important to have it explicitly in the strategic plan. So that was one thing. Then, because of this really lucky coincidence that we were introduced together to, I mean, actually to Janusz Gość, Professor Gość, by Rabchenko. I mean, there's Dr. Rabchenko, who was from the Polish embassy. That was probably the most absolutely beautiful connection that I could dream of, because we became partners, and it was the collaboration that has been now lasting so many years and is so reliable and so beautiful and very, very enriching. And then contact with Dr. Hamilton from Miami University, also Paweł Leidler from Jagiellonian University, who actually was teaching that really very popular course, Women in Polish Heritage, that opened the eyes of American students how important actually the Polish ladies were in the history. So many names that I would not even start. And actually, they developed some really wonderful love for Poland. And then Erasmus+, it was another opportunity that we jumped on, because it was suggested that we could become partners. I thought that that was a fantastic opportunity, and that's why we are partners. Now, what results in my own department? Well, first, if we hire international scholars, then we have really very rich environment. We actually have professors born on 6 different continents, and we have also many ladies who are professors. The national average in this field is 18%, would be female faculty. In our case, it's 40%. And well, cherishing diversity and appreciation for common success attracted Dr. Zhang, who is sitting right here. He is our current department chair. He is a truly international star, with some age factor of, 70 now or something like that, which is one of the best, maybe the very best on our campus. And then we have the students participating in summer semesters in Kraków. There is another program now in Panama, also quite popular. Well, actually, I wanted to now talk a little bit more about the topic of the conference, how this internationalization can actually promote some things that we really care about, particularly now in academia, in American academia, which is equity, diversity, and inclusion. And we were all given some kind of test over there. It was actually compulsory workshop where something like what they call implicit bias was checked for all of us. Many of us didn't suspect that we might have some kind of prejudices, something that would create an image that's us and those are others, and these others are different. And later, many of us realized that, yes, actually that implicit bias does exist and is very harmful in academia if really it's not addressed properly. In our department, we were trying to actually always, be very open, and that is the evidence how diverse this group is and has been. But now we realize that really enriches us. The different cultures, customs, religions, and so on could be really creating something that is bigger than sum of all parts, that we can create something even more impressive working together. And I would like to suggest that the topic of the conference is something about tolerance, but tolerance is kind of probably the low level of interaction. It is just merely tolerating somebody who is different. But in the more advanced form, it should be something that we are truly partners. And then we can work together and create something together that is overall success. So that's not my success or his success or her success, it is our success. I have one story to tell you. When we had our President Alatorre, visiting our department. That was something new. Nobody before, any president would not visit individual department. So we had our round table. And then one of our members, Dr. Kinoshita, suddenly said what happened in the last 2 months, 2 weeks actually, because it was a bi-weekly meeting. She said, I just got career award. Okay, and it was this huge applause in front of the president. Like, wow, oh gosh, I'm great. Why? Because this is the highest distinction for any young professor in the US. Career award sometimes could be even up to $1 million, and it's for 5 years. It's just given in a very, very competitive fashion, and opens the door for the new researcher to really be great. So now we have 4 already of those. But that reaction told her, and she communicated back to me, that she was so impressed of the reaction of the crowd, that the whole department was celebrating that achievement of just one individual. I believe personally that early exposure is very, very important. In my case, I was lucky that I had this Mohammed from Sudan so early, and I could be completely colorblind. I could be kind of treating him as, you know, my colleague. It doesn't matter what country, we became very good friends. So exposure of students through Erasmus or through any other program is so precious, because if they do that early, then this implicit bias does not even exist. They would simply see people, you know, as colleagues, friends, the same way. It doesn't matter what cultures, what countries. My personal, benefits. Well, I already mentioned that. I'm truly colorblind. I have a lot of friends who are non-white. My scholarship in West Germany. I mentioned that it actually showed me the value of the free society, but also taught me how to tolerate, somebody who was believed to be an aggressor, and later to try to kind of fix this situation in really the best way they could at that time. I'm talking about Germany at that time, West Germany. And my personal benefits for personal growth are tremendous. It's very hard to even name all the items, all that contributed to that, but clearly, particularly the collaboration that I had with Professor Gołaś, my really good friend for so many years, enriched me really, in a big way. And I met, because of that, so many other people, so many new opportunities happen. So I would always value that very much. I was also initiating some sister city relationship. We have, actually, San Diego has 16 sister cities, and one of them is Warsaw, together with Mazovia province, which is really the only country, the only city that is a capital of another country, and they have all around the globe this other 15. And that was also a very rewarding experience. I would say anything international, if it is done right, at the right time, in the right form, can only enrich us all. Well, new perspective for Erasmus. I believe that we already have some good results. We could do more. The workshops like this one, and last year, actually, I attended another one when I had even more time for discussions, are very beneficial. We can understand each other better, we can learn from each other, and really the stronger partnerships are built over time. We kind of need to develop relations that sometimes go beyond the professional. I would say they become personal, they become friendships. And the more that develops, the more reliable they become. The reliability is a very important part. I tried to do that with my alma mater, and actually they couldn't find reliable partners over there. And that's why it worked so well with AGH, but not necessarily with my alma mater, which is Technical University of Warsaw. And Erasmus Plus gives an opportunity, which I would like to suggest that maybe we could use this meeting to develop some kind of triangular relationships. If we have now, for example, Japanese partners who are partnering with AGH and are interested in developing contacts with us at San Diego State, which I heard it is actually the case, then we have a chance to just connect that way. So there's so many countries represented, we could actually now develop additional relationships that would be very beneficial, and we should take full advantage of it. I'm pretty much on time. I would like to thank you for your attention, and well, we can talk a little bit more in, at the coffee and lunch. Thank you very much.
During lunchtime. Thank you very much. And let me invite the third speaker, who is Dr. Carter Hamilton of Miami University, Oxford, Ohio. Carter, are you there?
I am here, thank you.
We are
I'm going to share
waiting
my
for
screen.
Okay, go ahead, please.
You're still just seeing me, is that correct?
We can hear you and we see you.
Okay, well, yeah, thank you again for inviting me, and I can't tell you how nice it is to see the two of you again. It's been a while since I've actually seen you, so it really is very, very fun. Both of you are looking very well. So I just wanted to share a little bit about my experiences and collaborations in Poland, but the place I always begin whenever I'm giving a talk to an international audience is, hang on. I always like to start with a little bit of a clarification, because when people hear Miami, generally they think of this wonderful beach city down in Florida. And I know that maybe it's been clarified through the presentations earlier, but I'm not at this Miami. The university that is there is the University of Miami, and the order of words makes all the difference in English. I'm actually up here in Oxford, Ohio, at a place called Miami University, and there's about nearly 2,000 kilometer difference between those two. And rather than being surrounded by beaches, I'm surrounded by cornfields, farms, and the winters are a little bit difficult. If I could, I just wanted to share a little bit about my university. Not a lot of people know necessarily about this Midwestern university where I am. So I'll just quickly go through a few facts about them. We act in the United States, I know relative to Europe, this is not necessarily so old, but we are an older university in the United States. We were founded in 1809. It is a public university, and we have about 16,000 students that attend. We have 6 colleges. My college is the College of Engineering and Computing, though I would probably say Miami, the powerhouse college on our campus, really is our business school. It's the Farmer School of Business. And they're the ones that kind of drive many of the decisions that happen on our campus. And honestly, there are a lot of they do bring in a lot of the funding as well to our university. If you ask people here in the United States, what is the focus of Miami University, they really would probably say we're more liberal arts focused with an undergraduate education. We do offer some master's program. We have 1 PhD program in geology. And believe it or not, that program in geology, the PhD program in geology, has a very, very tight relationship with the geology department at AGH as well. So the the bonds of Miami University with AGH go very, very deeply. And though he is no longer the dean of my college, Marek Dolar, who Janusz Gołasz mentioned earlier, who used to be at IIT, was the dean of my college. And so again, more connections that we have there. Our primary campus is in Oxford, Ohio. We have some satellite, what we refer to as regional campuses around the city, not that far away. But one international campus that we have and that we hope, especially in engineering, to start leveraging more and using more to our advantage is in Luxembourg. It's the Dolibois European Center that we have. And just a little bit about my department. We're composed of, or the College of Engineering in Computing is composed of mechanical engineering, computer science and engineering, chemical and paper engineering, and electrical engineering. But in my department, we have about 600 students. We maybe 580 undergraduates, 20 master students. In my department, we don't have a PhD program yet, though we do have research expectations as faculty members. And that's kind of one of the focuses of my presentation, that I just wanted to show you how beneficial this relationship and to be able to come to Poland has been for me personally and professionally. As I said, in mechanical engineering, we offer a bachelor's in mechanical. We also offer bachelor's in manufacturing, and we offer a bachelor's in engineering management. And we're a relatively small department. We have about 20 professors, and then we have, we would refer to professors that are just focused mainly on teaching, that don't have the research expectations, as our clinical instructors, and we have about four of those. All right, if I could, let me just kind of present a timeline of the collaboration that I've enjoyed. Some of this information has been presented, but my collaboration goes back to 2005, and it was in November of 2005 that I made my first visit to AGH. As I mentioned, Marek Dolar at that time was the dean of my college, and he just gave me the opportunity, introduced me to a professor in metals engineering, Stanisław Dimek, and Professor Dimek invited me to come to talk about maybe research collaborations. So I visited, and it was a very, very good friendship that developed, and also professional collaboration. So I returned in the summer of 2006, and that was my kind of first full research visit that we did. And then it was the summer of 2007 that I participated, or we participated in the summer semester with San Diego State. And I have a picture from my personal archives. This would not have come from any of the AGH archives. So this is the original group. And, you know, one thing that I wanted to mention, not only coming to Poland was important for my students in terms of experiencing another culture, but also just interacting with students from San Diego State. So if you're in the United States, you can appreciate the culture in Southern California is very different than it would be in the upper Midwest or in Ohio. And so the ability to not only go to Poland, but to interact with students of a very different background, or a lot of students of very different background in San Diego, was very valuable for my students, and it made a big difference in their lives. We expanded the summer semester, or we were able to bring graduate students, and we did that first in the summer of 2000, or I'm sorry, in 2009, we started offering graduate classes to AGH students. So I started teaching a little bit more formally to PhD students at AGH, obviously in English. But then in summer of 2018, we brought Miami students that were graduate students. And this is a picture of our graduate students that came. And as both Professor Gołasz and Supernak mentioned, one of the advantages that when the US students come, they're given the opportunity to be able to travel to other European countries. And this picture happens to be from Dublin. Our graduate students went to Dublin and visited the Guinness factory, as you can see. I had the opportunity in the summer of 2019 to kind of develop another partnership with the Pedagogical University, and I taught classes to those students. There have been some changes at the Pedagogical University, so that's not really proceeding. But in 2020, I had received the Fulbright Specialist Award to teach at the Pedagogical University, but because of COVID, it actually never happened. But for me, what was a huge thing, again, professionally and personally, was I received the Fulbright Scholar Award to study at AGH just this past fall. And as I say, and I want to mention this specifically in a couple of slides, it was a huge benefit to my research. I was able to teach, but it was a huge benefit to my family and especially my daughter. So just impact on students from all the collaborations, the ability to study with and learn from other students, cultures, and countries. Paweł Leidler and his class on women in Polish heritage was mentioned. My students loved that class, but another thing that they loved was learning from a Polish instructor who maybe did things a little bit differently than the typical American professor would do. And they very much enjoyed learning from different pedagogical styles that he brought to the classroom, which was really nice. And as part of that, the summer semester, it wasn't just the classroom, as has been mentioned. It was the ability to step out and experience history with your eyes firsthand, to go to Auschwitz, for example, to be able to go and just see these places that you've heard about. And the tours and the outings were just really impactful to our students. And then, as I mentioned, the ability to travel to other European destinations. One thing that I'll mention is I don't have the hard numbers right now, but a lot of the students from Miami that went to summer semester actually went back to Europe. They got jobs in Europe, either permanent jobs or temporary jobs. And one thing that wasn't mentioned, a couple of students from San Diego State, will just say that love was in the air and they returned to Poland because of some relationships that had developed as well. So you can't get away from how deeply ingrained the summer semester experiences had. In terms of research, the partnerships that I've had have just been a wonderful impact on the research. The collaboration that I've been able to enjoy with AGH and also the Welding Institute in Gliwice, I just can't express enough how important that has been and how productive that has been. Just to kind of give you a little bit of at least some measure, I guess, we as a team have, over the years that we've been doing this, we've had 35 journal publications, 29 conference papers in this particular area of research that we're interested in, that's called friction stir welding and friction stir processing. And the funding that has come, in large part from the Polish National Science Center. We've had just over $700,000, but even here in the United States, we've received $20,000 from what's called the Ohio Space Grant Consortium, and then of course the Fulbright Scholarship. And as I said, the opportunities for students have been amazing. And my graduate students, a couple of my graduate students have been able to travel to AGH and study and work with my colleagues there to learn different material characterization techniques, to learn to perform the research. And it just has been a wonderfully powerful collaboration and experience for them. So if I could just speak real quick of the impact of Fulbright, specifically to just this past fall. So I was there, I came in mid-September and then stayed through the end of January. From teaching standpoint, I taught 2 PhD courses. So I had PhD students at AGH. I taught a course in surface engineering, and then I taught a course in computational material science. And the computational material science course was fun to teach, but what was interesting was the makeup of the students. It was really a lot of professional PhDs. It was an online course, so it challenged me to teach online in Poland, because these are students that are at their companies and just at their performing PhD topics related to their companies in general. And so that was an interesting experience to be able to work with them and learn and understand where they were and where they were working as well. Justina had mentioned that you can only do so much online when you meet with people. The value of being able to come face to face and have the collaboration and work in research, it just exponentially increases the productivity. And so while I was there this past fall, I certainly was able to meet with the Welding Institute in Gliwice and AGH, and then we were able to bring on board some people from the Krakow University of Technology. And it just really, I don't want to say jump-started because we had a good foundation, but it just helped us boost the research that we're doing, and we're still just continuing to feel the impact of that. So out of the fall, we've submitted one journal article, we've prepared another, or we're preparing another for submission. And I just went to, I hate to say this because it was just such a short trip, but I was in San Diego and I didn't look up you, Professor Supernak, and I'm very sorry, but I was only there for one day. But I submitted and presented at the TMS conference in San Diego in March. So the impact of the Fulbright, the personal. So our host earlier in the session kind of asked a previous panel if you could speak of openness and tolerance and summarize it in one sentence. Maybe I will summarize it in one picture, because I was able to bring my family with me to Poland, to Krakow. And my daughter went to an international school in the city. And this was her last day. And I just always feel that this speaks to me, if we want to just bring back to the overall theme of the project of openness and tolerance. This was her last day. This was her send-off. She was in school, or in her class. It was a small classroom, but she had 3 students from India. She had 2 students from Ukraine. She had several students from Poland. She had 1 student from Israel, and she just loved it. And to me, this was such an impact. This was such a gift to be able to give her, that I just think this is going to have a lifelong impact on her and change her perspectives, if you will, on openness and tolerance for sure. And that is my presentation.
Thank you, Carter, for your excellent presentation, memorizing your so long-lasting cooperation with Krakow, with Poland, with AGH UST. It was nice. Thank you again. And we have another Fulbright scholar here in front of us. This time is from New York, right? So the floor is yours. Please share your experience of being here.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so just as mentioned, I'm a Fulbright research student here in Poland, and I just want to thank everyone for inviting me out to speak. I'm excited to share my journey and my experience here in Poland. I'm currently a PhD student at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute in the Mechanical Engineering Department, located in Troy, New York. It's in upstate New York, which is very beautiful, but for a long time now I've wanted to come to Poland. I've always been interested in Poland, and my family genealogy is from Poland as well. So the question I get asked most is, why did I choose Poland to do international research? And the reason is actually stemming from 59 years ago in 1964, my mom, uncle, and grandparents sailed from Poland to the US to start a new life and try to open up opportunities. This is a picture of my grandfather on that journey, which I thought was a fake picture at first because it kind of looks like a still image from the movie Titanic. But yeah, this is him almost 60 years ago. Him and the rest of my family has always really inspired me to be more interested in Poland and really check it out, which is why when I first started my PhD program, I knew I wanted to apply for international research and chose to apply for the Fulbright Fellowship. It was a challenging application, but very rewarding. And as I mentioned, I'm still currently in this fellowship to date. Fulbright has been very helpful and supportive in many ways. I'm currently in my 7th out of my 10th month here in Krakow. I'm studying at AGH University right here in the electrospun fibers group under the mentorship of Professor Stachowicz. And I'll talk about my research, but before I get into that, I wanted to kind of talk about my own personal experience here in Poland and here in Krakow. So as you can imagine, there's a lot of cultural and environmental differences between the US and Poland, and I learned that very quick. From the moment I applied for my visa in New York, waiting 15 weeks to receive that, to having my credit card canceled when I first arrived here, trying to set up a SIM card in a phone that wasn't unlocked, and them telling me to call the phone company to resolve the issue, but I don't have a SIM card, so that was fun. So all these experiences, I think, has provided self-growth, and I don't think these experiences come from just staying in one place, of just staying in New York or staying in the US. Another thing is the professional experience, as mentioned many times before, creating these collaborations. And it was interesting for me to hear about the collaborations that have been built over the many years between AGH and other universities. So I'm excited for my own journey as well to see after I finish this Fulbright Fellowship, to see what kind of collaborations I can maintain and what types of personal relationships I can keep. Communication, of course, has been tricky, but also a fun experience because I've been taking Polish language courses. As you can imagine, coming from the US, where globally a lot of people speak English, a second or third language is not super common. So it was a nice experience for me to try to learn Polish, and I say try because it hasn't been so successful. So maybe don't ask me how to pronounce certain Polish words. And the last thing is developing personal relationships. This, I think, is the most important. This is something that I'll carry throughout years and hopefully the rest of my life, personally and professionally. So talking about the personal relationships, the first is what I've really acquired from Fulbright itself, and experiencing things that I wouldn't have experienced without this amazing opportunity. One is visiting the ambassador's residence. This gave me an outlook of what these important politicians and diplomats really do. I got to meet them and also interact and network with very intelligent people and a very diverse group of people. Also, Fulbright sets up workshops and different conferences, and this is a great way to generate and exchange ideas. We all talk about what we've experienced here in Poland, so not only do I have my own thoughts and my own recollections and experiences, but I get to learn what everyone else has done and really how everyone else feels about their experience. And this gives us an opportunity to engage in new activities, learning about the history of Poland, which they don't teach as much in US history courses. So learning about like the solidarity movement and post-World War II communism was very eye-opening for me. And lastly, working in an international team. This is my first experience of collaboration outside of not only my research group, outside of my department, outside of my university, and outside of the US. So it's been very eye-opening to work in a place that everyone comes from a different region, different cultures, and speaks different languages. So it's a very diverse team, and everyone comes from different scientific disciplines. So I think this has helped me with personal growth, but also establishing these relationships after I finish, I think will be greatly important. And yeah, I think to work in an international group is really the main key factor to try to solve large global issues. Because if you can't see in a more global point of view, I don't know how you could solve these large global issues. So I've really taken advantage of my time here in Poland and exploring not only geographically different cities in Poland, but the culture, learning about many different aspects that differ from the US. So for instance, the food, I've tried to be as experimental as I can with the food. Some has been positive experiences, some has been not so positive, but I don't regret any of it. As I already mentioned, the Polish language, it's a great opportunity to learn a second language, even though it's, I think, one of the more difficult languages to learn and speak. Personally, meeting distant relatives, I've traveled to a couple villages outside of Warsaw and in Skierniewice to meet relatives that I've never met before. And these are not like extreme distant relatives, these are my mom's cousins. So these are people I met for the first time or I haven't seen since the last time they've been in the US, which is 18, 19 years ago. Another one is celebrating holidays outside of the US. I think holidays are a huge thing where you want to spend time with your family. So this is the first time I was really not there during the Christmas time. But it was really nice to experience the different cultures and holidays and how people in Poland celebrate that. And for one example was the Christmas markets, visiting Krakow, Warsaw, Poznan, Bydgoszcz, Wrocław, Katowice. There's a lot of grzaniec wino, so it was very good. A huge part of my time here in Poland, of course, is research. So I just wanted to briefly explain what I'm doing. I'm working in the electrospinning fibers group, so of course I'm using electrospun devices to make new materials for water collection applications. So just using high electric fields, we're able to kind of produce very small fibers in the nano or micron scale and kind of shape them in ways that we want for specific applications. And my application, as I mentioned, is collecting fog from air for potable water. These materials are mechanically strong, they have high surface area, and we could change the surface characteristics and pretty much use any polymer we want. This is just a closer image where you can see in front of the light source, there's these nano / micron size fibers that we're able to collect to make these yarns. So they are kind of like textiles, they are yarns, but they're a little bit more fancy than your standard yarn that you would make on your clothes. So this is just a snapshot of the water harvesting experiment. It's just collecting water from air, which isn't anything too special to look at, but we use different characterization techniques to kind of see why these are better than standard materials. So to kind of look into each individual yarn, we could see that there's large permeability, there's large surface area, and we can use any material that we want for the most part. Depending on what type of surface characteristics we need. And we can further look into each individual fiber. These are all controlled with the electrospinning process, determining temperature, humidity, electric field. So it's all controllable. And these are things that I haven't really done in the US and I had the opportunity to do here in AGH. And we're just studying droplet dynamics, efficiency, study wettability, pretty much how these droplets move on each of these yarns compared to commercially available fabrics and yarns. So just to sort of conclude, I think working in this international research group helped transcend disciplines. I've learned a lot being outside of not only my research topic of mechanical engineering, but outside of the US. I was able to learn new techniques, use new equipment since I'm now in more of a material science department rather than mechanical engineering. It's given me fresh perspective. I think this is the large one that I wouldn't have got if I just stayed in my department at Rensselaer Polytechnic in New York. One big takeaway though is though there's so many differences culturally and environmentally, I think day-to-day life is not so different. You know, I still wake up, I still do research for, you know, a normal 12, 14 hours a day, and then go home. So things haven't changed too differently in that respect. And yeah, I think getting the Fulbright scholarship, it's a once-in-a-lifetime experience. But I hope I'm wrong about that, and I hope I have an opportunity to come back to Poland, come back to Krakow, and study and research at AGH again. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your very, very interesting presentation. And when you were talking, I started to recall the nationalities of people that I had the chance to work with in the US, in the research groups there. And this was Argentina, Philippines, Japan, China, Germany, Ireland, France, Chile, and so on and so forth. And this is also another aspect of internationalization, you know, that you have this opportunity. I have never been in Japan, for example, but I met a very good friend from Japan, and we worked together, we played tennis together for 2 years in the States and so on. And he was telling me different, I think I know a lot about Japan from Masanori, you know. So this is also the aspect of internationalization. Okay, thank you very much. And I think we have finished this session.
Exactly, and successfully so. Gregory, thank you, Professor. Gregory, I must say we are, and I say this on behalf of this audience, I hope, we are delighted to have interrupted your healthy 12 to 14-hour research session. Thank you so much to all the panelists. It's been wonderful. Please wait, because Marta would like to give a gift to each and every one of you. So don't leave so early. So much food for thought in this session. It made me think about so many things. One of them being that when Professor Supernak mentioned that San Diego is proud to have double the national average of female representatives in their staff, I should imagine we should always have at least one female representative in every panel discussion as well. Let us never forget that. The other thing is, we are asking ourselves the question of how important is internationalization in today's world. I think gradually, session after session, we are rediscovering it. Again, in Professor Hamilton's perspective, learning about tolerance and exposure to different nationalities at a very young age. You cannot overestimate the importance of these things in a world where populism, nationalism, and things like that just are on the rise in so many countries. So thank you for this super interesting session. I believe we are ready to proceed to the next one. From the US and Poland, we are shifting to Asia, an absolutely fascinating continent. Sustainable cooperation with Asian countries and its impact on strengthening academic ties and openness. Well, I suppose we need to make a little bit more space on our stage and introduce a few more chairs, because we have as many as 6 people joining us in a moment. So let me invite each and every one of them on the stage. First, we have Professor Akito Takasaki, Vice President, Department of Engineering, Science and Mechanics, College of Engineering, Shibaura Institute of Technology, Tokyo, Japan. Quite a journey, sir. We are glad to have you with us. I remember during the global pandemic, when we all went online for international conference, I had this conference which, among others, could be only scheduled at 2 or 3 p.m. You know why? Because, well, people were from all continents. It was for the automotive industry, and we had a professor from Japan for whom it was 10 p.m. in the evening. Others in the US, it was 7 or 8 in the morning. So you could imagine how diverse these conferences were. But I'm sure we're all happy to come back to the real-world experience. We have Professor Janusz Schmidt, Faculty of Energy and Fuels, Coordinator for Cooperation with Japan at AGA-UST. Welcome, Professor. We have Kayani Satya Pratiwi, Manager of Internationalization Program, Directorate of Global Engagement, Institut Teknologi 10 November ITS, Surabaya, Indonesia. Madam, welcome. We're very happy to have you with us. Please choose your chair, make yourself comfortable. We have Nguyen T. Pong Tao, Coordinator of International Cooperation, Hanoi University of Mining and Geology, Hanoi, Vietnam. Madam. We have Professor Piotr Małkowski, Faculty of Civil Engineering and Resource Management, Coordinator for Cooperation with China, AGH UST. Welcome. And last but not least, Professor Michał Krobicki, Faculty of Geology, Geophysics and Environmental Protection, Coordinator for Cooperation with Southeast Asian Countries, AGH UST. I suppose we are all set, and let us start with Professor Akito Takasaki.
Thank you very much for introducing myself. And then, first of all, I would like to thank Mr. Paweł Szybek and Ms. Alexandra Parkins for inviting me as one of the speakers here at the EGH. So my talk is only focused on the cooperation, academic cooperation between EGH UST and SIT. So just start with some statistics about our university, SIT. So we are the private university established in 1927. So we have the 96 years history in engineering education. We have the 16 departments in 3 colleges and 1 schools. So we are mostly covering the engineering field and then some scientific field, such as the bioscience and mathematical science. And we have the master's program for the graduate school and then doctoral program. And the total number of students right now is more than 9,500. And then you can see that we have more than 1,000 inbound exchange students. This is just before COVID situation. And then about 800 outbound exchange students. And then in case of the partner university, we have about more than 200. So we are now in our university is in Tokyo. We have the 2 campuses, and the one is in the very center of Tokyo, and then another one is the suburban Tokyo greater area in Saitama Prefecture. We say Omiya campus. So we are the top global university, and then this is the top global university project initiated by Japanese government, MEXT, Ministry of the Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology. And they just started this kind of project for the internationalization of the Japanese university, because the government just want to make Japanese university globally competitive. But in case of Japanese university, we are afraid of the lack of the financial income due to the declining of the birth rate. So because of this scholarship funding, we can have the opportunity to become the global university, because the SIT is the only one university in private science and engineering university that received the funding. And so just about the population, the focus for the young age, whose age is 0 and 18, you can see that in case of the world and Japan and Poland, so this is focused until the 2100 data from the United Nations, and in case of Japan, we are declining. The third black line is just the observed data, and then I can just focus on the median value, which is the red color. So in case of Japan, also Poland, population focused, population for the young generation still is declining. But in case of the world, just until the 2060, the population for the young age should be stable. So we have to collaborate each other to overcome some at-scale problem like climate change or something. And there is no meaning one country works alone. So globalization university is very important. And this is a target for the super global top global university. So to make our university global, we now are aiming to increase the number of international students to 30%, and then international professor, including Japanese professor who can stay overseas, should be close to the 60, and then most of the students should have the study abroad experience. And the course offered in English, target is the 34% for the undergraduate education, and then 93% is for the graduate school. So this is target. And then this is another one for the our target for the centennial SIT action. We are going to celebrate the 100th anniversary in 2027. So this is mostly the same with the previous top global university target. And then this is a history of the cooperation between SIT and AGH. So we started a collaboration in 2004. And after that, we just start exchanging students from 2008. And then we make some kind of the activity for the double degree program for the doctoral level. And then we also launched the another double degree program for the master's level, which was launched in 2021, last year. And currently, we have some students here at SIT from AGH. And throughout this kind of activity, from SIT, we just conferred the honorary doctoral degree to the former rector, Professor Swanka, and then Professor Schmidt sitting beside me. Thank you very much for accepting this doctoral degree from SIT. And I'd like to tell about some kind of the honorary council title awarded to us. And then this is a kind of the history for the student exchange starting from the 2008. 2004, yeah, we just started the MOU in 2004, but we just had some break until 2008. So, but after 2008 until right now, 2023, we just continuing the exchange, student exchange, without any break. Even during the COVID situation in 2020, it was started for the COVID situation. We just send it to students here at AGH, but they have some difficulty to stay here. But anyway, we just have some kind of collaboration seamlessly. So finally, we can just exchange the students, 129 from AGH, and then 101 from SIT. So this is our achievement. And then most of the students just come in and then send in for the course taking Sundays program. This is just for the undergraduate students. And then research exchange or laboratory internship program for the graduate and undergraduate students. And then most of them will come and accept for the GPBL, so-called GPBL, Global Project-Based Learning Program. So global-based program, project-based learning is a kind of active learning for the students from overseas working as tag teams. And then they will discuss and solve problems we offer, and then challenging issue related to their major. But this is just the kind of a short program, mostly for the 2 weeks to 1 month. But most of the students just open their eye open and then widely, and then understand the importance of globalization. So this is just a short program, but this must be a very, very interesting and then very attractive program for the students to make the global. And then this is just example for the PBL we did in 2022 in during the summer school with Asian student at SIT in Japan. And you can see that there's some short lecture also there, and then some cultural event like you can see that the Asian students just wearing a Japanese yutaka to understand the Japanese culture, and they also visit a kind of the Japanese special architecture building, and then. But anyway, they have some interesting experience here at the SIT. And this is an example for the summer school in 2019. We accepted Asian students, and then we visited the hydrogen station near Tokyo Tower. And then Asian students just had some experience for the tea ceremony. And then this is a next one, the AGH for the winter school. So you can see that all the students just standing together, having a certificate of completion. And another thing for the activity, double master degree program, as I told you, we just launched last year in energy and environmental engineering course, which is jointly operated between AGH and SIT. Then study system is probably Professor Schmidt mentioned again, but anyway, our feature is that the first semester and then fourth semester, students have to study at home university, but for the second, all the students just gather to the AGH. And then third semester, all the students have to come to SIT. So currently, AGH students are studying at the SIT together with us. And some feature is that the students from SIT have to study Polish language. And then reversely, AGH students have to study, take a course of the Japanese language. And all the students have to take the Polish cultural history as well as the Japanese culture and history course. And we offer the different kind of this course, kind of the active learning course, student conference, and then how to, and then advanced PBL, project-based learning, and then interesting course, so-called the how to write technical paper in English, also offered. And then this is a 2 years course, so all the students have to take the at least 120 ECTS or 60 Japanese credits. And then status of double degree program. So as I told you, we have the two things. One is the double master for the energy and environment engineering. So currently, first batch students, 7 AGH and 5 students are now at the SIT. And then second batch has completed opening ceremony in this month. Number of students, 8 AGH, and then 5 SIT students. And then first batch students will complete their study in next year, February. And in case of the double PhD student, we started since 2011. So you can see that 6 AGH students and 1 SIT students have completed this double PhD program. And 1 AGH student, Dr. Marcin Payong, has received a PhD degree from SIT in last February, March. And then is waiting for the defense at AGH. And finally, this is another activity for the joint research funded by JSPS and PAN during 2014 and 2016. And on the novel concept of the IGFC, a kind of the fuel cell system coupled with oxygen and hydrogen storage system. So we made the kind of the a lot of publication together with AG's instructor, professors, and then SIT professors. And then this is an outcome of the top global university project. And this is just the student mobility for the outbound and inbound. At the beginning, the number for the outbound and inbound increased, but because of the COVID situation, suddenly dropped, but now recovering, I think. So this is the outcome. And then this is my last one, was the 20th anniversary for the academic collaboration. Our strong and continuous cooperation with AGH since 2004 have made great impact on openness and tolerance of our university environment while keeping mutual benefits. A lot of professors and staffs at the SIT started recognizing the importance of the university globalization. We keep exchanging students even during the difficult COVID situation. That enhanced our collaborative researches, producing a lot of joint publication and tighten our boundaries, increasing international visibility. So we would like to keep banding together with AGH for further university collaboration and university globalization. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Takasaki. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now for a short interlude before we proceed to the next session. I'm deliberately using a formal word here, interlude, because what's about to happen on this stage is quite formal indeed. It's a tradition, as you know, of just about every university on the planet to recognize passion, hard work, and talent. And that's exactly what we want to do on this stage. In a moment, Professor Takasaki, may I kindly ask you to join me right here next to me standing. Professor, please join me. And may I also ask Professor Janusz Schmidt to join me, and Mr. Masahiko Inoda, General Manager, Division of Global Initiatives at Shibaura Institute of Technology. And we would also like to invite Mr. Marcin Pająk, AGH University PhD student, to join us on the stage. It's quite crowded, but what's about to happen is really, really very optimistic. Yeah. Now, Mr. Marcin Pająk is a beneficiary of an exchange program for PhD students under the agreement between AGH University and SIT. This agreement aims to develop and strengthen scientific cooperation as well as promote mobility between AGH and SIT through PhD programs for students and academic degrees granted by both universities, making them, in fact, double degrees. The time devoted to PhD studies is distributed between the two universities. The minimum stay at one of the universities is about 10 months, and the rest of the time is spent at the other university campus. Correct, Professor, right? Mr. Marcin Pająk did his research at SIT for 10 months, exactly, I would imagine, and completed his final defense at Shibaura Institute of Technology. The title of his PhD thesis is as follows. Listen carefully, ladies and gentlemen. An evolutionary multi-objective optimization of the catalyst distribution in a methane steam reforming reactor. User-friendly, isn't it? Supervisors, Professor Shinji Kimijima from SIT and Professor Janusz Schmidt from AGH. Mr. Pająk has completed his PhD studies with distinction and has also received an award from the president of Shibaura Institute of Technology. At this very moment, allow me to ask Professor Akito Takasaki and Mr. Masahiko Inoda to officially present the SIT doctoral diploma to Mr. Marcin Pająk, as well as the award from the president of Shibaura Institute of Technology. Gentlemen, do the honors, please.
Thank you very much for kind of the explanation about our system. Because Dr. Marcin Pająk could not attend the graduation ceremony to be held in Tokyo in last March, I think. So right now, I'm going to give some diploma as well as the special award to you. Okay. So this is kind of so I don't know if I think it's different from Polish, but anyway, Shibaura Institute of Technology, on recommendation of the Graduate School of Engineering Science, the graduate school has conferred the degree of Doctor of Philosophy upon Marcin Pająk, who has successfully demonstrated ability for that degree, March 22nd, 2023. Hitoshi Nakamura, Dean, Graduate School of Engineering Science, Jun Yamada, President of the University. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
This is just a plaque for your memory. Same things.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And then now, I would like to confer the President Award 2022. So this award is just the awarded to those who made the great contribution for your research work. So this is the, just for you. So President Award 2022, Marcin Pająk, Shibaura Institute of Technology, Yamada Jun, President, March 22nd, 2023. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Professor. And put stress how undergraduate programs are important, because we met with the Professor Akito Takasaki for the first time during the GPBL project. So I stayed for 2 weeks and first time, and then it resulted in almost 12 months combined in Japan. Thank you very much for the opportunity, professors. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. I heard about this doctoral diploma traveling to Krakow in secret. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure it's one of those moments that you remember for the rest of your life, I suppose. So congratulations once again, and we can proceed to our next speaker in the Asian Cooperation panel. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to talk about 40 years of AGH cooperation with Japanese partners. It is very difficult in 10 minutes to jump to this 40 years history. I'd like to tell you that in 1983, Professor Kunitomo established a new program. It was international program for young scientists at Kyoto University. And I had met Professor Kunitomo during conference in 1982 in Munich. And we signed first agreement between Kyoto University, which Kyoto University recognized this AGH education as the same standard. Unfortunately, Professor Kunitomo passed away, and 1985, Professor Kenjiro Suzuki has taken over of his position, and he also became director for international cooperation between Kyoto University and different countries. And using this program, 7 young scientists get a chance to stay 2 years at Kyoto University and make some research. And we continue cooperation between Professor Suzuki, and our research has been supported by Monbusho, it means Minister of Education, also Polish Minister of Higher Education, and was under international bilateral program between Poland and Japan, and one project was devoted to heat transfer in liquid metals. It's a very important problem for continuous casting of some metals, and this cooling system of nuclear reactors, like also fusion reactor, has to be cooled by liquid metals. And you can see some paper written in Japanese. Next project which we had was supported by also 2 governments, was devoted to superconducting materials. And you can see this very small crystal which was produced in Tokyo. It's like 2 centimeters, 2 centimeters, 2 centimeters. But you can see how this powerful. If we cool this crystal to temperature of liquid nitrogen and we used magnetic field, we can levitate. Exactly, we can levitate human. This Japanese woman, it is about 50 kilograms. But this technology is very important, for example, for levitating trains, maglev. Next agreement which we have signed was Kyushu University, and you can see Professor Hiroki Ozoe, who had a very interesting laboratory. It was superconducting magnets, very strong magnetic field, 10 Tesla. And it's very important for new medical treatment, like, magnetic resonance, also levitating trains, and new technology like control shape of plasma and tokamak for nuclear fusion. You can see our achievements, some books which we have published together with Professor Kenjiro Suzuki and Professor Ozoe, some chapters in books. And Professor Suzuki retired from Kyoto University and he moved to Shibaura, and he liked to continue cooperation between us, with AGH, and we have signed agreement, and you can see Nobel winner Leona Esaki, and he was president of SIT. And we start cooperation, Professor Takasaki said, from 2004. And our partner start strongly cooperate with us in our EU projects, and you can see partners of these EU projects. And our team, which was between AGH and SIT, was devoted research time for dynamic behavior of solid oxyfuel cells. Solid oxyfuel cells are very important for new high-efficient energy production, electricity. And how was good our research? We received many awards, and you can see this results of GSPS Polish Academy of Sciences project, and this is connected with Kyoto University. And next one, Professor Takasaki said, was connected with Shibaura and was recognized in many conferences and very good papers. We had many Japanese professors, visiting professors at our universities, more than 12 professors at AGH, which they spend more than 2 months and they deliver lectures for AGH students. And also achievement, our PhD, double diploma, and also was at SIT and Hokkaido University at Kyushu University. We have also agreement with University of Tokyo, and with Tokyo University we established international research team, which was devoted to research supported by JCOL and NCBR. It was devoted to some study of lignite, polylignite, and in classical boilers, we have to use different kind of coals. And for this new technology, which is IGCC's integrated gasification combined cycle, we have found that Polish coals are the best, because the key points, it is ash fusion temperature. This should be very low temperature. And this technology developed by Mitsubishi, it's very promising technology, this clean coal technology, and we have promoted our results in many intergovernmental conferences as well in different also seminars. Unfortunately, Europe doesn't like coal, in this pity. We have agreement between JCOL and AGH, and we promote with JCOL these clean coal technologies in many seminars inside of Poland. As achievement, you can see Polish Minister of Education recognized, and Professor Kenjiro Suzuki and Professor Hiroki Ozo, and also Professor Akito Takasaki received medal Komisji Edukacji Narodowej for this very strong cooperation education our students at AGH. Mr. Igarashi received Honorary Council of AGH University, and he was chairman of the board of directors at Shibaura Technology. And also Professor Takasaki received honorary degree as our council of AGH. And next also was Professor Matsura from Hokkaido University, and Professor Matsura is collaborating and cooperating with Professor Kata. Now I just present only few agreements with Kyoto University, Kyushu, Shibaura, Tokyo University, JCOL. Now we have much more than 40 agreements with different institutions in Japan. And as well, we have agreement under Erasmus program. Our history of cooperation is 40 years. but to run very fruitful and very good cooperation, it's important to have some financial support. And thanks, we received some financial support from Ministry of Education from Poland, from Monbusho, from JCOL, JSPS, it means Japanese Society for Promotion of Science, NCBR, NCN, and also NAVA and Erasmus. But the most important are people. Therefore, this cooperation will be not possible without vision and enthusiasm of professors like Professor Suzuki, Ozoe, Professor Takasaki, also Mr. Garashi and President Murakami and President Yamada, and also our Vice Presidents and President of AGH, and also with support of Ms. Alexandra Perkins and also Mr. Paweł Świerk. Without those people, cooperation will not run. Therefore, the most important are people which are very enthusiastic and they have vision about cooperation. What I like to say, domo arigato gozaimashita to all my friends in Japan. And I like to say, I would like to wish for further cooperation between Poland and Japan. And thank you very much for your attention. It was very short, just history of our 40 years of very strong cooperation. Thank you very much for your attention.
So we can now proceed to the next speaker as introduced.
Good afternoon, all. So I come from Indonesia. I'd like to check first, have you visited Indonesia before or have you planned to visit Indonesia? May I see your hands? Oh, lovely. Okay, so hopefully after these sharing sessions, more numbers of who would like to visit Indonesia will increase. So, my name is Cahyani Satya Pratiwi, but just call me Yani. It's very short and easy. And at ITS Global Engagements, I look after 4 Erasmus cooperation and also International Consortium Partnership. Just a short introduction about our university. Our university is Institut Teknologi 10 November, or in short, it is ITS, and it is located in Surabaya, Indonesia. And mostly our areas are including engineering, technology, IT, marine, business, as well as designs. So, the location is in the East Java province. Surabaya is the capital city of the province, and it is the second biggest city in Indonesia after our capital city, Jakarta. So I'm very happy to be here to share with you how our milestones towards internationalization and how the current situation at IDS Surabaya. Back in 2015, when it was planned to officially launch the ASEAN Economic Community, or AEC, where a lot of free flows within ASEAN countries for goods, services, as well as skilled workers. That means we have to support our students and also our systems, our students as the future generations. We have to help them to become the better graduates who would be able to compete in the global competition. And also internally, we would like to improve our quality of resources. And one more important thing is that our Ministry of Education also encourage our university and also other Indonesian universities to pursue global recognition. We found challenges at that time, so adjusting curriculum and also classes, and also when our faculties are offered to teach in English, they would have different English language skills among the students and the faculties. And also how's our administration system and facilities. Maybe this kind of step also have been experienced by all of your university 5 years behind. And then also, we understand that it is the nature of humanity. When we find challenges, we will try to find solutions. In this case, we found opportunities. At first, we visited the nearby embassies in Surabaya or in Jakarta to search for information, how to work closer, how to initiate a cooperation with the universities in their home countries. From there, we can start to expand. And also, our faculties who just got home recently from their PhD studies, we encourage them to maintain communication and also to initiate cooperation with their supervisors and also colleagues. And we have to acknowledge back then, in 2012, we understand that Erasmus Mundus was very popular, and we submitted proposals and started working together with European countries as well as ASEAN countries as some partner universities. From there, we have to find ways to motivate all elements in our universities. We divided into 4 elements. Students, approach to students. We giving workshop for them to understand the Indonesian qualification framework, to better understand and prepare for the ASEAN economic community. And also we invite them, we assist them into a program we call Global Competency, Global Competency Workshop. That means we assist them in starting their plan to study abroad, like documentation, finding opportunities, writing a better motivation letter, nailing interviews and all, so that they could and are able to go for study abroad. And this has been done up to years up to today. For our faculties, when we request and put into the academic regulation that they need to offer classes or deliver English in classes, the university support them with conducting EMI training. It's English as the medium of instruction. We work together with British Council and also the US Embassy to upgrade the methodology of teaching so that our faculties will less talk but more into student-centered learning. We also support our administrative staff by conducting program we call outbound staff mobility, that we send more than 300 administrative staffs, not yet, to our partners in Thailand, in Malaysia, and also the Philippines, to visit for 1 week and to understand how other universities run the organization. So it is expected when they come back, they could be more creative, be more innovative, and to help them with their daily routine to be more efficient and effective. And also, it was very amazing experience for all of them because not everyone would imagine going abroad for official purposes, especially for our supporting staffs. So it was a very memorable journey. And the system, also we managed to have all the information in the website in English. And we also created a reward system, surely we have to appreciate and recognize the effort of faculties who would deliver the classes in English compared to the classes in national language, Indonesian. And also putting or setting the hosting inbound mobility and also sending outbound mobility as the KPI. This is what happens today when we talk about the openness and tolerance as the impact of internationalization in ITS academic society. The number of international full degree program and double degree program are increasing. And also we have more variety of opportunities for inbound and outbound in terms of locations, countries that we send our students and faculties, and also type of program from a credit transfer up to a short program, a reward scheme, as well as the recruitment process that has been set by our HR to involve specific English comprehension score during the recruitment. And one more thing that I'd like to highlight is the bottom-up collaboration. Instead of top-down collaboration, which the institution would ask for the individual faculty or department to maintain the collaboration, a more number of initiative collaboration from individual faculties as well as departments are increasing, and the institution is very happy to help. Not only giving the impact to ITS academic society, but also to the city of Surabaya and to the city government. We invited our international students and international faculties to visit schools, elementary schools, high schools, orphanage, small, medium enterprises to collaborate and to help our society, for instance, under the SME. Our international guests will be able to help giving advice how to better in production, packaging and marketing, and also for our international students who teach English, who play who play traditional games with our elementary schools. It was very valuable to the society. And one more thing is that our society is very open to receive international students under community-based internship. Now we come to the city governments, how they welcome and how they open. First, we have annually celebration every year from the city, and we call it Rujak Festival or Rujak Ule, or students as well as for supporting staff to visit Surabaya, and we could discuss more on what kind of program or what are the details and what are the financial support that we could support. So, once again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yani. And from Surabaya, we travel straight to Hanoi, Vietnam. Nguyen, the floor is yours.
Hello, Chandra. My name is Tauf. I'm from Hanoi University of Mining and Geology. The short name is HUMG, or shorter, HUM. So it's what I intend to present, but as the time is very limited, so I will speed up and focus mainly on the key information. Firstly, I would like to thank to AJUST for giving me the opportunity to be here to share information concerning the internationalization of higher education in Vietnam universities, and with a point of view from Hanoi University of Mining and Geology. Over the past 20 years in Vietnam, the university have paid very big attention to internationalization, and each university built up its own strategy depending on its situation, its mission, and the vision. And in summary, Vietnamese universities set the 6 goals of internationalization for their school. Firstly, they want to have the international recognition to enhance reputation and ranking for the university. Secondly, we would like to improve the quality of education and research. And the third one is to prepare students for life and work in an intercultural and globalizing world. The fourth goal is to adopt international academic standards and integrate into international academia community. The fifth goal is very important, in particular in the recent years when the number of recruited students has decreased. So international cooperation is promoted as a way to attract more students. And last but not least, Vietnamese university aims to raise the revenues for the university through international education programs. In this slide, I gave in one example about the active participation of Vietnamese universities in the European Union funded projects for the period 2015 and 2020. The chart in the left show the number of projects of capacity building in the period 2015 and 2020, and Vietnam is first, ranks the first in terms of number of projects capacity building, and quite far from the second place is Thailand. And on the right hand, you can see the ratio of the number of mobilities between Asia and European countries. And Vietnam ranks the second, just behind the most populous country at that time is China. And considering as one active school, AUMG contribute to aforementioned numbers, and I introduce a little bit very shortly about my university. Who are we? We are a public university in Vietnam, and here's some milestone of the university. Please focus on 2016. It's that year we got the first Erasmus Plus project for capacity building, and it's in collaboration with IGS-USD. In fact, we started our partnership nearly 40 years ago when I was a child, with a huge activities like joint lectures, joint conferences, co-supervisor of PhD student, many things. But in 2016, this year is very important because this project opened a new way for us to explore new opportunities, new way to benefit from Erasmus Plus programs with different partners in Europe. And as the name of the university is Mining and Geology, so our background focus on mining, geoscience, geoengineering, surveying and mapping, petroleum and energy. But we are now expanding with the new measures, with new fields of expertise like civil engineering, environment, electromechanics, and IT, economics, and business management. And we are now at the university more than 15,000 students, including nearly 100 international students. And we have a research center and one R&D company. So for internationalization at home, we set up a strategy. It's based on the mission and vision of the university. Our mission is to train high-quality human resources, do scientific research, and transfer knowledge technology to meet the needs of society and international integration. And the vision of the university by 2030 2030, we would like to become a research-oriented, multidisciplinary university with national and international prestige. When formulating our strategy for internationalization, we identify 3 forms of internationalization. That is internationalization abroad, internationalization at home, and partnership. And now, as a trend of other universities in Vietnam, we are focusing on internationalization at home. And we also set up a group of activities. For each one, we aim to achieve the specific goals. Firstly, for research, to improve the quality of research and publication, we organize joint conferences, joint workshops, and we conduct joint research projects with international partners. We also invite international scholars to join our research groups to create an international research environment inside the campus. And at the moment, we have one researcher from Poland who are working at our university. And we try to get funds to do capacity building projects and international projects in terms of development, the training program. So with these activities, we aim to improve our education quality. And we are keen to mobilities. With the mobility, when we send students and staff to study or to work abroad, we would like to prepare for students to become global citizens and reach out the society, and we would like to integrate into international environment. We also attract international students to study at home, including regular students and exchange students, of course, to enhance the reputation and visibility of the university. And we also cooperate with international partners to develop the joint training programs, joint degree, joint lectures. That is to adopt international standards. So the following slides show some example of our activities of internationalization at home. Here's the conferences, and one of the most important one is the international conference on scientific research cooperation between Vietnam and Poland that we call POLViet. This is very successful cooperation with AG8 USD, and we started it in 2014, and this year is the seventh time we will co-organize this conference, and it will be in October in Krakow. Here, benefits from Erasmus Plus for mobilities, and as I mentioned, AG8 USD is the first and strategic partner for EduMG in this program. And other possibility of exchange in the frame of other programs with other partners. International students at home, including regular students from neighbor countries like Laos, Cambodia, Mongolia, China, and exchange students from a different country from over the world. And we are now, in terms of capacity building projects under Erasmus+, we are now running the 4th project. So, and four other projects in the umbrella, under the umbrella of different programs. And joint training programs, joint lectures. We have now as a university one training program in chemical engineering. It's very successful and started nearly more than 10 years ago and still running now in collaboration with University of California in Davis. And we are also a member of several global networks. I would like to dedicate one slide for the situation during the COVID pandemic. It's really a hard period for us. During 2020 and 2021, we have no exchange student, no outbound and inbound student. But we still have one Polish researcher working at the university. And I must say that the pandemic gave us an opportunity to rise only online learning and teaching. On the screen, you can see the login interface of our online system learning. And we still remain it, and we want to continue to explore its capabilities. So, what is impact and benefits of internationalization at home? It's very clear for the university. We can create a strong network, and we can improve our curriculum and our training program. And we also have opportunity to get a higher prestige and get better access to funding, especially for European funding. And international activities also motivate our students to apply for more opportunity for exchange or international programs. And we also, thanks to internationalization, we have opportunity to improve the corporate the partnership with industry, and from the funding, international funding, we can improve our facilities for laboratories. And for our staff, including academic and administrative staff, they have opportunities to enrich and to develop their career. I myself is one example, and I try my best to support my colleagues and my students, yes, to join as much as possible. And for students, they have opportunity to learn in an environment, to learn in an international environment and get the international recognition, and they can improve their skills, especially a language skill, and they get better job for better job prospect and more option for further education. Personally, they can have many new experience and can enlarge their personal relationship. So along with the benefits is always the difficulties and challenge. Here I would like to share with you some difficulties and challenges that we have met. It's not all, but it's the key points. Firstly, is a difference on the culture, on the organization structure, on educational system between the member of one network. And the second one, very important, is the complicated administrative procedure in Vietnam. But not only in Vietnam, but as I know so far, in many other countries. And sometimes it can slow down the progress of one project. And the third one is not difficult to develop one international programs because we always have partners willing to do it with us, but it's very hard to enroll students for that programs because of the high tuition fees, especially for the students from developing country like Vietnam. And the learners now tend to choose training measures like management and IT, and to be honest, our strong fields like mining and geoscience are not really attractive for students. The fourth one is language skills of students and staff is also one challenge. And last but not least is limited resources, including human resource and financial resource. And we are now build a roadmap for financial autonomy, and hopefully in the next year we can improve the status situation. So thank you very much for your attention, and all of your comments or questions or sharing your experience are welcome. Please contact by email address here. And once again, thank you. Dziękuję.
Thank you very much, Tao. Ladies and gentlemen, and from Vietnam, Hanoi, we travel back to Poland. Here to talk to you, Professor Piotr Małkowski, Coordinator for Cooperation with China at AGH.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Not exactly to Poland and not exactly to China. Taking into consideration that I will be one of the last of this panel and of this session, I was wondering what to perform to you to fulfill the discussion about the openness, tolerance, about internalization. And I decided to back to the past and start with the beginning of European community. You can see the sculptures of 4 gentlemen who are standing in front of the house of one of these guys, Robert Schuman. We are in France, and why I show this picture to you? Because let's imagine that the Second World War is just finished. The late 40s, Europe, the most damaged continent in the world, and how to rebuild this continent. Especially if you know that you have losers and you are winners. So rebuild not only society, economy, the wealth of the countries. And these guys represent 3 different countries, France, Germany, and Italy. Robert Schuman, the Prime Minister, then the Minister for Foreign Affairs, the Prime Minister of Germany, Konrad Adenauer, the same Alcide de Gasperi, Italian Prime Minister, 1949, and efforts to build the one Europe again. Of course, with the help of American Marshall Plan, this money, and how to build it and focus, well, on the individual cultures, habits of different countries, or try to find one standard for all of them. So step by step, of course, you know that in 1949 the Federal Republic of Germany was established. 1 year ago, the first European Parliament, this coal and steel community, thanks to these gentlemen, which are treated as the founding fathers of Europe. But you have another one, Jean Monnet, who acted very strong and supported these efforts. But his attitude to Europe was, let's give one standards, one rules. We can say that now European Union is some kind of precursor successor of this philosophy. But Robert Schuman said, no, it should be some kind of federation, because we should respect different cultures, different way of living. He came from Lorraine. That's the land which used to belong to France. Then in the late 19th century belonged to Germany. Then after the First World War, it came back to France. His father was German. He was French. Mother was French, but he used to live in Luxembourg for many, many years. So he was international. And he knows that even we are still in Western countries, there are essential differences between Germany and France, Luxembourg. And now I want to show to you some numbers because I found in internet the company Hofstede, which deal with social differences between countries. You can type any country there, but if you want to compare, some results, only 4 are allowed. I choose, of course, Poland. And sorry, I couldn't take more than 3 other countries. So I have chosen China, Japan, and for the comparison, the United States. So please look at these numbers and these 6 categories. The first one is called power distance. What does it mean? Power distance is defined as the extent to which the less powerful members of institutions and organizations within a country expect and accept that power is distributed not equally, unequally. So you accept that you have some inequalities in the country and how it can influence the level of the society. So 80, China scored 80. So they accept it as the society. Of course, I don't know the methodology of this surveying. Just focus on numbers. 68 Poland, so we also accepted what for me was a little bit surprised. 54, so just in the middle for Japan, and 40 for the United States, so rather not. And how these numbers and this attitude to that category can reflect in daily routines, in the behavior of people. The next, individualism. So you are individual, so we use the term I am the most important, or we, as the society, as the community, are the most important. In the United States, 91% individualism. Absolutely individualism. Me, as the individual, I'm the most important, quite the opposite China. No, we as a society, together we can do more. And we are, our culture and our education is done in this manner. The third category, masculinity, means, this society is defined by the winner, so by these or those who are the best. Or it's called masculine, or feminine. It means the dominant values in society are caring for others and you care for quality of life. Here, Japan, 94%. So you must be the best. Of course, it reflects the behavior in different groups, in different manners. For other countries, these 3 countries, it's nearly the same, over 60%. The fourth category, uncertainty avoidance. So do you feel and do you treat about unknown future, unknown situations? Do you feel the support from official institutions? In Poland, absolutely not. I'm not very surprised about it. But I'm surprised about Japan, and only 30% for China. So they feel quite confident about their life and about their situation, daily situation. It, of course, reflects the fifth category, long-term orientation. So how society maintains links with its own past and challenge for the present and future. So if you have, if you are restrained for some norms, you get low score. If you are open, you make some efforts to get better education. You are more pragmatic, you're safe, you get the high score because you want to prepare for the future. China and Japan, absolutely yes. So Far Asia is preparing every day. Poland not. Americans not. Nearly the same. However, reasons are different. And the last category, indulgence. So, can we control our desires and impulses? So we are, if we are weak controlled, it's called indulgence. So we are in front of the daily, more to daily pleasures, or we have to do our duties first. We are controlled by some norms. So here, Poland and China, 24, 29, Japan somewhere in the middle, but 68 for the United States. So nearly no restraint. Just the very short analysis, everybody can analyze or get to conclusions by themselves, by himself. But I want to show here that sometimes the awareness of differences in different countries can help us, not in the tolerance, it was said, but the openness and our ability to understand another society, another culture. But first, we should aware also where we are as the society. That's why I add Poland to this analysis. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Piotr Małkowski. And now we proceed to our last speaker in the panel, Professor Michał Krobicki.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I would like to promise, firstly, because I'm the last person of this session, and I'm afraid that everybody are a little bit hungry, that I will be avoid of some histograms or some block diagrams and some other schemes. Please forgive me, okay? So I would like to invite you to several countries of Southeast Asia. My previous talk is China is nearby. So, and especially of my responsibility of the cooperation between several universities of several Southeast Asian countries. And that's why I would like to invite you to some very speed journey around these countries. Thanks a lot for invitation. See this result, and you remember, I think, the Jan visits, okay? So, and some teaching with some groups about some geological aspects of, and geophysical one of the teaching, which usually we use in our lectures for our students, okay? And as you see, we are active in the cooperation between Indonesia and our HGH University, including the natural science, as you see, okay? In another case, in Malaysia, now we realize the Erasmus Plus lectures with Faradina. Where are you? Okay. You can see the prominent person of the biological science of the Malaysia, and especially focus to the microbial structures, to some algae and some others. And because I'm a geologist, biology is not so familiar for me, but surprisingly, even we have some special field of our both interest, especially for our, in our case, so-called stromatolites. The fossil record of the microbial structures are quite similar for yours, okay? And that's why we have not only the cultural and some other relationships, but also some scientific one, as you see. Some years ago, I was in Langkawi Island. This is the northernmost part of Malaysia, practically close to the border with Thailand. And during some international whole world, practically, geopark conference, I tried to explain our miracles from Poland. But the Langkawi Island, the whole island practically, is geopark. This very active branch of our geoscience, including the UNESCO idea to protect several areas which are absolutely beautiful for usual people by some natural objects, including our geological one, okay? So in Malaysia and Kuala Lumpur, we signed some MOU agreement some years ago, including our earth science branch of natural sciences generally. In Myanmar, we signed some agreement with NGOs and our university on the present of some previous, our Minister of Foreign Affairs. For Polish people, is a clear person, I think. And so we also try to meet together with some most famous persons from this country. As you see, Aung San Suu Kyi, now she is arrested, as you know, because unfortunately the soldier junta again closed this country almost, okay? So finally, we can jump to Nepal. It is my favorite place, especially by the recent time, and especially with the special persons. One of the best geological scientific person of the Himalaya geology, Bishal, where are you? Professor Bishal Nathupreti, who has excellent lectures for our students now by this whole week, according to our Erasmus Plus project, okay? So, I remember perfectly my first visit in this country several years ago. It was 2010, and Professor Bishal was our guider of the field excursion. This is typical part of international geological congresses, the field trip, which try to compare the scientific elaboration and the rocks in the field, in the natural position, okay? Including, in our case, in Himalaya mountains, as you see, with some a little bit different kind of road, like this highway, as you see, and very symbolic picture where you can see the typical Nepalese architecture and some holy animals, and including finally the special guys, the Sherpas, of course, okay? And that's why put together in this picture, we can see the whole atmosphere of this country, including Sherpas again, okay? Or some ladies which try to discuss about some international problems, as usual. And kids, which are sweet, as usual. I'm grandpa, and that's why I know what that means, the contact with such persons, okay? So Tribhuvan University in Kathmandu, it is the oldest and the most famous university in this country, okay? And that's why we cooperate since a few years. And in Tribhuvan University, we spent some days according to our Erasmus Plus project and the Central Department of Geology in Tribhuvan University. We had some lectures, even including the Himalaya mountains. Excuse, Bishal, please. So, because we try to compare these Himalayan structures and our Carpathians, our mountains in Europe. This is a very simple cartoon, a simple movie. What happened during the origin of the Himalaya mountains, just after the collision between the India subcontinent and the Eurasian plate, including the Mount Everest, of course, okay? So, in Pokhara, my friend Krzysztof is together with us or not? Ah, Krzysztof is over there, yeah? Who met with the young association in Pokhara, the branch of the Tribhuvan University. Pokhara is the second city of Nepal. As you see, our position is very simple, close to this frontal part of this green line, and Nepal is not so far. In such semi-global scale. And as you see, we have the green belt of our alpine system, including our Carpathians, the whole alpine system from the Atlas, high Atlas part of the northernmost part of Africa, up to Filipinas, and then to Taiwan and the Borneo Island, and so on, okay? Including the Himalaya mountains, the highest, as you know perfectly. During the last year, in Pokhara was organized by our friends, including Professor Bishal, so-called HKT conference, connected with Himalayan, Karakoram and Tibet, practically each year organized, but disrupted rapidly by the COVID time conferences. And Bishal was one of our guider. Thanks a lot. And 10 years ago, we met the first time during another conference along the Kali-Gandaki Valley, the deepest gorge of the whole world. And in the field with hammer is our main object and our main equipment, okay? And finally, during the same meeting, together with Krzysztof, we were the co-guiders of the HKT meetings along the Kali-Gandaki Valley. And we try to explain what happened geologically in meantime between the southernmost primary position of India subcontinent during the whole Paleozoic and Mesozoic time, and then very rapidly moved to north, like Formula 1 practically in our geological scale, of course, and then collided with Eurasia. And together with Krzysztof, we try to explain what happened in meantime in the field, as you see, as usual, okay? And in some absolutely perfect place, no vegetation, and you can see the geological structures or your hands perfectly record of the whole story of our Mesozoic and Cenozoic time during the collision. And finally, close to over 8,000 meters high peaks, including Dhaulagiri on the opposite side on our back, according to this picture, the Annapurna range, and so on and so on. And we try to show the Nilgiri, the over 7,000 meter high peak, okay? We are now here, close to the Wawel Castle, and I hope you can see personally this medieval part of our city. Our cooperation was also connected with Spinnaker meetings some months ago during our last year. Together with another friends from Nepal, we visited the medieval castle. I see you, okay, sorry. There's another castle, a medieval castle in the Pieniny mountains. And according to another international project under the UNESCO umbrella, so-called IGCP, International Geological Correlation Program, or Geoscience Program. I'm the leader of this project, number 710, which, as you see, has several other co-leaders from Europe and from Asia, as you see. And we even in such mentioned earlier in Pokhara HKT meeting, we had some special session of our IGCP. And as you see, we have several branches of our bilateral cooperation events and put together several other projects. Finally, after this Pokhara meeting, and our lectures and our talks and another face-to-face discussion about the next place of the HKT conference, the Pokhara Association decided to go the next year to our university, to the 66th HKT meeting, which will be realized, I hope, during the next June. And that's why we welcome you, everybody, and invite you to this meeting where we will try to understand what happened between our European alpine system and the Himalayan one. And that's why, as you see, in such atmosphere within our mountains, we try to cooperate both personally and scientifically and so on and so on. Thank you very much.
Professor Michał Krobicki, thank you very much for this colorful and vibrant closing to our panel. I suppose now that we have such wonderfully diverse panel discussion, it's only fair that we should ask at least one question. This conversation was largely about fostering academic ties and openness and your background projects performed. But when you think about fostering academic ties and openness and Asian countries, what's the single most important thing that comes to your mind, given your decades of combined experience? Academic ties, openness, and Asian countries. What's the most important thing to remember in your experience? A short response to this question. Who would like to start, if anyone? Yeah, absolutely. Please collect the microphone.
So I'm thinking of mutual respect. So both sides would have to be able to understand not only the needs of the one side, but also both sides. And when we talk about the biggest supports beside of the willingness to cooperate is the financial issues. So financial issues is something that both sides must provide, not only one side. So I think it's a
brilliant response. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, because even if you compare it to a situation like we have here in this auditorium, you may ask a question, if you have a mathematics professor with a Fields Medal on his or her desk, and this person is presenting in front of a farmers association, is this professor still a great professor in this particular context? So what I'm trying to say here is that sometimes understanding respect, what respect means across cultures, takes deliberate effort, and that's essentially what you've just said. Anyone else? Thank you so much, madam. Anyone else would like to contribute?
I can only add that if you want really to know something about the country and about the people, you just have to go there. You cannot make any conclusion if you just see it on the screen somewhere on TV. That's the point. And many people give many judges, give a judge, but without being there, feel this atmosphere, knows people, just say something because they think that it's correct. It's incorrect, absolutely. You must be there, you must go there.
I'm sure everyone agrees we have 25 nationalities here, traveling the combined tens of thousands of miles to be here physically to understand.
Exactly, because I want to underline that it's especially between Asia and Europe. That's the point.
So essentially, to combine your point with the previous statement, it's also about taking the trouble to understand what respect means for the culture and the country you're visiting.
And how to respect this culture.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Really wonderful. Anyone else?
So I think the first step of our cooperation is practically obligatory. It is the friendships between persons, I think. And in our case, geology practically is the same. The rocks are not similar, but identical practically, all over our Earth. But the context, it is different. And like between several associations of people or nations, by the culture, history, food, and some other things, okay? But that's why paradoxically, where we compare on the opposite side geographical places, like in our case, European one, our Polish Carpathians, and the Nepalese Himalaya. We have the same nature practically, the same mechanism, but a little bit different kind of personal experiences, historical and one, and so on and so on.
Thank you very much. What Professor is saying, that you can never really overestimate the importance of a person-to-person relationship. Anyone else would like to close? Yes, Madam Tao. Maybe the gentleman will share with us the humorous situation. Yes, they're waiting to be the last. All right.
Thank you. I just got to share that we are a developing university from a developing country. So our first purpose for international cooperation is learn from our partners. And the partnership cannot build from one direction. So we try to give hand to support as much as possible for the partners for a win-win partnership. So that's one to say.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen.
Oh, okay. As Professor said, you have to go, but I would like to say you have to leave, because to go you like tourists, not tourists. You have to stay longer to find this beauty of different culture. And I was impressed by beauty of Japanese culture, by beautiful spring and autumn, and also would like to conclude the personal is very important. Just personal contact is the key person to run cooperation, and I have found a lot of similarity between Japanese culture and Polish. Some softness, very high sophisticated culture. Therefore, I'm impressed by ukiyo-e, by ikebana, kimono, and also very delicious Japanese food like sushi and sashimi, and of course sake.
Of course. Thank you very much. Professor, would you like to add anything?
It's my turn.
After that?
I'm just the last person who make some comment, but I agree totally with all of you, because the people, as Professor Schmidt mentioned in his presentation, people who take care of international collaboration is very important. And then between Japan and then EU, probably there is a huge difference in culture and something, habit, and everything is completely different. So we have to respect each other. And then, as the Professor mentioned, that he loves the Japanese food and culture, and also love the Polish culture and the food and something. So we always enjoy when Professor come to Japan, and then I come to Krakow. So it's a kind of very important things, I think. Yeah, thank you very much.
There was a shared note of humility in all of your answers, which is something I definitely want to thank you for, and thank you for this discussion and the individual presentations. Marta has been carrying the gifts for a while for you. So once again, applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. And finally, time for our lunch break. Technically, we have 1 hour in the agenda for the lunch break, but let's try and keep it a little shorter and come back for the closing panel. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the break. And I'm happy to say that the panel that we have left to be the closing one, the last one, is in many ways very, very important because it's going to show us the actual beneficiaries' perspective, the young people who benefit from all of the exchange programs. The title of this panel is The Power of International Projects in Connecting Students, Creating Diversity and Developing Their Intercultural Competencies. Here to talk about it, Dominika Guzik, president of the Erasmus Student Network Poland. Dominika, please join us on the stage. Dominika will be the moderator of the discussion. Let's welcome Dominika with applause. We also have Amalia Ishakova, Inter-Student Award winner, AGH UST student representing Uzbekistan. Hello, madam. Choose your seat. And we have Bartosz Andrzejkiewicz, president of the ESN AGH UST. Is Bartosz with us? Hopefully. He's not with us. And we have Adrian Graboś, former Erasmus Plus student in Japan, AGH UST. And Paweł, would you like to say something? I can happily share the microphone.
Instead of the president of the Erasmus Student Network, we have a replacement, so it was a very last-minute change. So, Mateusz Michałek.
Mateusz is joining us. Thank you very much for this last-minute fill-in. And thank you for the readiness to be part of the conversation. And over to you. Enjoy.
Hello. Yes. Esteemed guests, both here offline and online on the stream, I welcome you at the Power of International Projects in Connecting Students, Creating Diversity and Developing their Intercultural Competences discussion panel. So, as everybody knows, Erasmus Plus and more wide student mobility does have a great impact both on the individuals, but also their environment in general. Mobility participants are the new generation of change makers, people who are bringing their culture, their knowledge, their experiences from both personal but also academic backgrounds. With this in mind, we have to always remember about the key role in shaping of this environment that welcomes them, and the powerful tool in that can be used, the internationalization at home concept, as we here in the place that welcomes these people can actually create this open and tolerant environment that will be not only welcoming their experience, but also drawing from it. And today I'm joined with three amazing participants, and I would kindly ask you to introduce yourself.
Yes, hello everyone. So my name is Amalia Ishakova and I'm coming from Uzbekistan. So I entered the AGH University 3 years ago, and I'm studying computer science, and today I'm gonna discuss our topic and the perspective of international students.
Hello everyone, I'm Adrian Graboś and I'm currently a fresh assistant professor or adjunct as you will at AGH University, and I would be very, will have a great pleasure to present the impact of my Erasmus Plus internship on my future scientific career.
Hello everyone, my name is Mateusz Michałek and I'm currently at my first year of master's studies at VAPE in AGH UST. I'm a member of ESN AGH who helps Erasmus students coming to Krakow, and nice to meet you everybody.
Yes, thank you very much for your introduction. And as it was said before, my name is Dominika Guzik. I am a current president of Erasmus Student Network Poland. ESN Poland is a pan-European student organization aiming at supporting international students before, during, and after their mobility. As a fun fact about me, I can share that even though I am working with international students for over 4 years, I myself have never did any kind of mobility. So for me, the internationalization at home concept is very dear to heart. And as you can see, we have a small presentation. It is based on the photographs from our participants, but also you can see here some graphs that are derived from two research conducted by ESN. First one is called Social Inclusion and Engagement in Mobility Report. And the second one is the 14th edition of ESN survey. Both of those two research projects have been created during and after pandemic, and they show how mobility was shaping in those couple of years. And I think right now we can already jump into our discussion. And so the first step in the mobility journey is the moment when you realize that you want to go abroad. Could you please tell us, Amalia, how was it in your case?
So in my case, I think that since I was a kid, I wanted to study in Europe. And later, in Uzbekistan, in Tashkent, there is an organization called Świetlica Polska, where my mom and I decided to join. And this is the organization that gathers people with Polish roots, but also just random people like I was that have been interested to learn more about Polish culture, history, and language, and just we've been organizing different events which helped to gain that knowledge about Poland.
For me, the motivation was at the start purely academical. I've met the professor, Kiyotaka Matsura, that Professor Schmidt mentioned earlier, and I was basically inspired by the series of lectures he gave back in the day. And we've met each other because the contact, as we have been discussing, was very important. And that's how it went. I was I attended few mobilities during my studies, during my bachelor, master studies, and this was the one for my PhD, and it went very well.
So mobility during PhD, not...
Yes, I'm kind of in this niche that I wasn't a master student in Japan, but a PhD student.
Thank you. And Mateusz?
I've never been to a Erasmus program before, but I want to go this year to Spain, to Valencia, and I'm currently working with my faculty to make it happen. And to be honest with you, I met a lot of great people in ESN, Erasmus Student Network, who convinced me to go and see the world, to develop my abilities, to learn new cultures, to just explore the world and see what about it.
Thank you so much. So after this moment of realizing that you want to go, there is the phase of the actual preparation, the administrative part. And as all of you are before, during, or after a certain different type of mobility, could you maybe tell us some backstory? How was the preparation for you? Did you receive like a good support from the sending institution or the hosting institutions? Do you see anything that can be improved?
Okay, so I'll start. So I think the first step was for me to change my hair color, to be honest. Like, it was strong violet, and I thought like, well, I want to be taken seriously, so let me change it. But later I realized that no one in fact cares about your appearance, but about your skills and knowledge. Then later, when it comes to documents, well, it was a bit stressful for me because as we international students are coming from different countries, we have like different backgrounds when it comes to like topics what we learned in our schools, and later just some documents that, let's say, are not really existing, that not popular, so no one cared before. But well, I mean, you should just respect the university, like the rules of the university you're entering. So somehow I managed to collect the documents with the help of course, HH staff, because yeah, I had a lot of questions. I've been bothering them all the time, contacting them, but I got all the support that I needed.
Well, it was rough. There were a lot of documents to prepare, as you might imagine. The cooperation was between Poland and Japan, after all. But I must say and emphasize hardly on the fact that there was a lot of proper support from both sides. Both Japan and Polish central administration was very supportive. I think that Ms. Perkins and Mr. Świerk is not listening at this moment, but I'm very grateful to them because they were not only very helpful during the whole process here, but most importantly, and it was tested, I was interrupted with COVID situation and all. There was a lot of support in that regard. We knew that we have an option to come back to Poland, or stay in our respective countries, and they were even asking us on WhatsApp, how do we feel about this situation? It was all very new for us all, and I think that this was a very good evaluation of their competence, both sides. And well, I strongly encourage at least the students of AGH to try our administration for themselves. It's a very good work.
Thank you. And Mateusz, you are at a very particular situation even today.
Yes, I'm currently waiting for the decision about my trip to Spain. And I'm preparing any documents and learning agreements with my coordinator at my faculty. Now it's just the matter of waiting for the Spain and AGH to make the decision if me and my colleague can come there. So right now I won't tell you much about the whole process because I'm inside of it right now and didn't make any actual progress because I think the dates are closing in next month, so there is still time to do something about it and just wait for the decision.
Thank you. And during one of our preparatory meetings, Adrian, you've mentioned that Japan, as much as the colorful country it is, you, before your mobility, didn't really was all that interested in the, let's say, a cultural aspect of it. Could you tell us your experiences?
Yes, and I think my haircut speaks for itself that this changed in recent times. Oh yeah, some pictures of it. So yeah, as I said, our interest was purely academical at the beginning, mostly about the ceramics and stuff. And then when I went finally to Japan, I was so very impressed on so many levels. I could probably bore you to death here. But if I were to describe it shortly, there was the experience really opened my eyes to the sophisticated, as Professor Schmidt said, culture of Japan. A lot of aspects, from food to places. Due to the COVID situation, I wasn't able to see as much as I could, but inside of Hokkaido and maybe Tokyo and the surroundings, I'm just in the constant desire to get back to Japan. I was 2 years later for a shorter visiting project, and well, I hope that our cooperation will be only developed as the time goes.
Would you maybe like to tell us what's on the photographs?
On the photographs, well, so on my right side, I think of course there is a picture of our team and such, but on the right side you can see I was very lucky to be in Sapporo in 2020, just before the pandemic. There was maybe some of you are familiar, there's something they call the Winter Festival, in which in the center of the city there are monuments out of ice, out of snow, that portrays various, well, things, stories, parts of the world, etc. And I was there when they were celebrating the 100 years of cooperation, or rather diplomatic relationship with Poland. So the building you see actually is a great and a huge, there is a person for, maybe not for a scale because it's in perspective, but it was like a real building scale, replica of Łazienki in Warsaw. And the level of detail even, you know, the ornaments on the walls, near the windows was, well, magnificent. It was very impressive, and to see something like that was mind-blowing, basically. And you have all this exhibition, lots of people, delicious warm food in the mid of winter in the city center, and it's completely free. At least it was completely free when I was there. To watch, to enjoy it with people, great memories. You can see some pictures from the down beneath this cute shrines. So such shrines are in your neighborhood, such views, great stuff. You can see the picture from the cherry blossom season. In Hokkaido, it's the best moment you could imagine near, in my opinion. It's near the Golden Week in Japan in May. So when we enjoy barbecues in Japan, they enjoy it with the cherry blossoming. So the situation was, it was third month of COVID. We haven't seen much of each other for 2 months. And for everything about it, from people distancing from each other, they couldn't resist it. When the cherries started to blossom, everyone went out, like from the prison, for the greatest barbecue I ever went to, you know, meeting people after a month or so. It was so great. And the atmosphere there is very nice. People are all around you, chatting. It is very nice. You can see some of the examples of brands you know, but in Japan you have like 20 more flavors of it to enjoy for whatever season actually is there. And there are lots of regional sweets. So, for example, in Hokkaido, you can enjoy a lot of their various of dairy, sweets and such. So there would be that.
Thank you so much. And Amalia, your experience is actually completely different. When you were going for Poland, you had the concept of our culture. You were already learning a language, because even though this panel is taking place in English, Amalia is fluent in Polish. So coming to this country, you must have had like certain expectations, but also hopes, the things you want to see, the food you want to try. How was it to actually be here after, as you mentioned, the long process of getting your visa and a spot at AGH?
Yes, I've been very excited to come here finally, and well, my expectations were even more than just fulfilled. I would say that, yeah, about the food, Polish cuisine is amazing. Like, just I'm in love with pierogis. They're somewhere there. Like, even when I'm studying, like, you know, something is supposed to motivate me, and Polish food, why not? So yeah, and I think I also was very inspired by, I don't know, like different movies and just all the feedbacks I've been reading from other international students. So it was all like real, finally it come real, and yes, like I'm very lucky that I'm here.
And Amalia, you arrived to Poland already when the pandemic started. And in case of Adrian, you had the month of mobility, like the pre-pandemic one, and then the COVID started. So could you, like both of you can tell us, what was the impact of the pandemic on your experience abroad?
Well, it was definitely tough time because like exactly when I have arrived, we had like 3 classes in person and then everything was switched to online. But I was surprised how AGH was like very prepared and immediately, again, like we got all the support, for example, from our professors because, I mean, it was kind of difficult for everyone to be in this situation, but like together we kind of managed. And yes, I have this photo where everything is like messy, but yeah, that's how it looked like to study online.
Well, I was practically depressed for the first month because I arrived to Japan at the end of January 2020. So the pandemic hit us all on March 2020. So everything was closed. University, I was able only to go and work with some basic stuff there. I couldn't operate the laboratories, they were all closed. I've just spent like one of the best months of my life, getting to know people, enjoying Sapporo, I've mentioned Winter Festival, all of this. We've started actually know each other, making some plan for the weekends. I remember that for the second weekend of March, I was to introduce them to some of board games I know and I love. And it was suddenly shut down until the first barbecue, as I mentioned, on May, and then a little bit later on June, actually, when I was going back to Poland on July. I've only got back fully to the laboratory and had to do all the research to make to write some papers, to make some impact actually from those months. So it was very hard, but I think I have enjoyed the kind of this situation in the perspective. Because I saw how people reacted to this. I remember this wonderful cherry blossoming, the feast when people were not seeing each other for 2 months. This definitely an experience that I might not have for the rest of my life, basically. So,
thank you. And Amalia, during one of our meetings, you've mentioned that apart from the regular curriculum at AGH, you also try to connect with the local community on just more than one level, and that you yourself are involved in various volunteering activities. Could you share how, in your opinion, it actually improves your community feeling in Poland?
Yes, so when I've just arrived here, I've been dreaming to become a part of cheerleaders team here in AGH, like of Academic Sport Association. And because of the pandemic, it has been postponed till the second year of my studies here. But finally, I managed to become a part because the girls were very welcoming, and I think like from the start they just made me feel like comfortable and that I belong to this part. And yes, like we're still in like I'm getting the best support from the girls. I mean, that's why they're all cheerleaders, cheering up, and that's the first thing. But also, I'm not like an official member of ESN community, but I also have made a lot of friends with people who are taking part in this, and myself. Have been attending a few of the events, and I just find it very like inspiring and just I would say it just makes me feel more confident to also deal with all the challenges, to learn about different mindsets of people. So yeah.
Do you get to often explain, why do you join those kinds of associations?
I guess I just had a lot of energy and I just felt like, well, I can share with it. And yes, it just makes me happy. That's it. I like help and be a volunteer.
Great. And speaking about being a volunteer, Mateusz, your perspective is quite different, since you are mostly dealing with students who are on exchange in here. So through your actions as member of this association of ESNA-GH, you can spend time with them and actually to fulfill your volunteering aspirations. Could you maybe tell us how does it look like to support international students as the local Polish student?
Yes, so we have a buddy program which focuses on helping incoming students from foreign countries to socialize and to get to know each other and get to know the culture. And every foreign student that's interested in the program fills out a form that they want to participate, and one Polish person is assigned to them as a friend, a buddy, as in the name. And when those people come to Poland, we are supposed to help them get around, for example, pick up them from the airport, or make sure they have checked in the dorms, because the ladies in the dorms don't speak English very well. So I had a situation when my friend from Portugal was coming to AGH to study here, and I had to stay up until 3 a.m. Because that's when her plane arrived in Krakow, and I had to get her to the dorm and speak with the ladies to get them checked in, because they couldn't communicate with each other. So that's one of the reasons why the buddy program exists. And another thing we have in ESN is Orientation Week, and this is the first week of the semester that focuses on socializing Erasmus students here in Poland. We have a lot of events and parties to just show students what it's like to live in Poland, what to eat, where to go, where not to go, for example, what is safe, what's not safe, and to just get them know each other, so they get this feeling of anxiety of changing the place of living, make it more pleasing. And as you can see on the pictures, this is the events of our section, where we just play board games and go to the theater together. And there was a picture, I think, of us going to go-karts to race with each other. So yeah, it's good to have somebody in the city where you're coming to help you around and make it less stressful and enjoyable.
And could you tell us how many students are actually joining you for example, the buddy program?
I think every ESNer, most of the ESNers, and our section is about 50 people right now, 50 students, Polish students, and most of the people in ESN are participating in the program, and each person gets 2 or 3 Erasmus people, depending on how many students are coming this semester. So I think around 100 Erasmus participate every semester in this program, mostly from Europe, some people from other countries outside of European Union. and just it's a good way to start a semester in Poland, I think.
I agree. And could you maybe also tell us, do you later stay in touch with them? Do you stay in touch with
yes.
your
That's one of the most enjoyable things about this program, because you can get to know each other, go to parties together, go to do things together or events, and if you just were hitting it off with good vibes and stuff like that. I got invited by some of my buddies to go to their home and stay with their families during vacation and just enjoy their country as well. So it gives you opportunities to give something from your heart and then receive it.
And I can only confirm this. One of my closest friends is German, and I'm visiting him every summer. So this is a true way of creating friendship.
That's beautiful.
Okay, and maybe speaking more about already the third stage of mobility, what happens after. So, Adrian, you already have your PhD diploma. You have returned to Poland, to AGH, to continue with your academic work. And could you tell us what is your relationship with Japan now?
Oh yeah, it's obviously continued, thankfully. At this moment, I can say I should have listed it, but our cooperation kind of extended to three universities at this moment. It's Hokkaido University. When I started, I still have a good contact with Professor Hayashi. That was my supervisor there. At this moment also with Nagaoka University, where my good friend is also working at this moment, also a co-author of those publications that I'm trying to advertise. They're open access, so feel free. And with North University of China as well, where I have, it's not with Japan per se, but I've met that person also during my internship. So basically, we were kind of an international team there, Taiwan, China, Japan, and Poland, of course. And now we've extended that because we all go back to our universities and we have a close ties at this moment. This is I hope that this is the beginning of a network that will only grow. So hopefully I'll have at least a short conversation with some of you today or something like that, hopefully, during the evening or so.
And maybe could you tell us in what field are you working on?
Oh yeah, I'm a material engineering, so we've been working on the composites that are created from nickel superalloys and hard refractory ceramics, combining the expertise of my former faculty here of material science and ceramics and the laboratory of Professor Hayashi that is working on the advanced high temperature materials, namely metals, superalloys and such.
And looking a little from the perspective on you, Amalia, and you, Adrian, as you're after or during the mobility, everybody knows that Erasmus is a wonderful field and which provides an opportunity to develop skills, both soft skills, hard skills, and that can be not only valued during your academic life as a student, but also later on as the professional, either in the company or still at university. So could you maybe tell us what have you learned? What skills did you gain?
Sure, I was aware of this question. I was prepared for it, but the answer kind of changed during this conference today. So in terms of hard skills, the list is of course long because in Japan you get to do all of your research, and this is a very good thing we could learn from them. But in terms of soft skills, I was kind of, I learned a lot, and I think that the conference here today and the questions of our host to the Mirko at the beginning and such about what internationalization really means is something I truly learned in Japan. Because when he started asking this question, my mind naturally started racing, what do I think about what internationalization really means? And in Japan, I think that and you have to excuse me, I am after all a material engineer, I think that internationalization is kind of like a composite material, you know? It's the situation when you combine two or more materials to get something better, something unique. And on the outside, when you look around yourself, if you are not trained in the field, you are not aware what surrounds you that is composite. In the building and your sports equipment, you might not think that this material is a composite. But in the inside, in the bulk of it, we define composite as something that is have very clear, distinguishable borders between phases of materials. And on those boundaries, those distinguishable boundaries is when where the magic of composites really happens. This is where we get the unique properties of those materials, mainly. And I think that this is the same. On the outside, we are all people, we have to respect each other, and we have a lot of maybe not different, but the same actual topics and such. We will enjoy food, we will enjoy having fun together. That was all of it. But also, we emphasize on the differences. We take strong parts, combine them, getting something unique. We know about each other's weaknesses. And in Japan, there's something I can imagine that some people may take as a foreigners as a hostility at the start. I can understand that. But what I found there was this openness to know me. Something that people after 5 years or so in Japan say that they still kind of don't belong there. But this is okay, this is good, this is thing. It's not like you don't belong. People appreciate what you can see. They ask about things. There's a normal situation that you are traveling. Someone sees that you're a Caucasian like I am, which is not very typical there. And people start conversations. People start asking about things. Random people that know English. Or if you say something in Japan, you know some basics, you're meant to have a conversation. A simple hajime mashita at the beginning gets you a very nice conversation with people. So I think that what we can learn there, that this tolerance is not ignorance, that we can build on those strengths, but we have to first see them, understand them. They have very nice customs. You shouldn't try eating your lunch at the street, like walking, because people will glare at you, kind of angry that you are polluting the city, right? But at the same time, in Japan, you have very clear cities, very nice places to be. So there is a logic in that, which maybe you would get as a kind of being angry at you. So I've learned that they can really, like Japanese people at this moment in the global civilization, can really teach us how to walk on those borders. That at the same time you think you are very comfortable in Japan. I had great time in Japan. I want to get back there as much as I can. But at the same time, you're getting respected for what you are, who you are, and such things. It's really something we can at this moment learn from them. It's very interesting, in my opinion.
Thank you so much. And Amaya, as I said before, your language skills were quite high when you arrived in Poland. And
no, not really, because I mean, when it comes to languages, in order to like learn and use them, you actually need some practice, and that's why I couldn't have enough practice till I arrived here, so I could speak to Polish people in Polish and to international students in English. And also, I mean, when it comes to just like skills, I think there is a whole list of what I learned. But if just to underline the main ones, it could be, first of all, programming. Now I know how to program. Because, yeah, before, as I mentioned, like my background in the computer science field was, I mean, kind of weak. But yeah, thanks to our professors here in AGH, I improved it. And what else? I mean, during the studies, we have a lot of projects that we have to do in a group of people. So it was important to listen to each other, just to like work as a team and be open to everyone's ideas, and then just to, combine and find this golden middle that everyone would be satisfied with the idea and, like, for example, what technology to use for our projects and stuff like that. And when it comes to the soft skills, languages, and I just become more confident, more open-minded. I think I learned a lot here during this, I would say still like short journey, because 3 years. I think that like I have a lot more in the future here with Poland.
Great. And Mateusz, as you are before your mobility, I'm not going to ask what you have learned, but is there anything in particular that you would like to develop during your exchange?
I think that I would love to be more comfortable working with international people, and just to see how the other cultures work together, and how the universities work, and the academic skills are, what skills are required, and what is the differences between Poland and European countries. That's something that I would love to explore and just see. And about other things, I think it's down to getting that experience in person.
So a personal participation.
Yes.
Okay, great. And of course, we cannot pass through this discussion panel without mentioning that actually Amalia, you are not only a regular student at AGH, but due to your extraordinary extracurriculum activities, you were awarded with a very special, in the very special contest. So would you like to tell us something more about Interstudent?
Yes, sure. So let's start with what Interstudent is. So it is a contest among international students that are studying here in Polish universities. And I have been honored to win this award thanks to my activities, different activities here during my studies, because I think I've been participating some conferences at the beginning, but they were all online, and then later, joining those different student organizations. So and I think I'm very grateful to AGH staff that cares a lot about students, and thanks also to my friends, because it was actually our coach of cheerleaders who applied me to this contest, and there she just mentioned all the details that sometimes I'm just forgetting myself what I've been doing here during those 3 years, because when I become part of cheerleaders, we've been also taking part in charity events like Święte Dzieciom, and I've been just representing our student clubs. So it was that, and this award was also for me helping in establishing connections, relations between international people and Polish culture.
Thank you so much, and congratulations from me, and I think from all our listeners. And as we are slowly getting to the end of our conversation today, I would like to ask you about your plans for the future. Some of them are more clear, some of them are less. In regard to the countries that you live in, or you used to live in, or will be living in. Yes, we can start.
My plans. I want to finish my studies without taking any extra years, because sometimes it's difficult to make the subjects works between the universities, and this is something that no one really talks about in Erasmus exchange, and it's sometimes very stressful, because one of the many subjects you take is going to make you stay at the university 1 year longer. But I hope that it doesn't happen in my case, and I hope that I develop my skills in the field of study that I'm studying, which is hydrogen energy, and I want to become a specialist in that and just use the skills I learned to live in Europe and participate in making the world better, I would say.
Thank you. Adrian?
Oh, well, I would say no time like present for a postdoc, perhaps. I'm very open at this moment. We have a lot of conversation about what projects and such we could do. So, well, at this moment, I'd say I'm very freshly employed at AGH, and I'm very open to all of the things we can do together. We have a few older papers to publish at this moment. So, well, it's going. It's basically going on.
Well, when it comes for me, like, I'm a pretty ambitious person, and I have a lot of goals that I would like to achieve, and hopefully, like, with the help of AGH University, I'm gonna manage and will achieve those. And well, I'm just gonna graduate with a bachelor degree next year, and then I think I'll continue with masters.
So you intend to stay in Poland?
Yes, I would like to stay here, of course. I'm just in love with Poland.
Great. And Adrian, do you intend to spend some more time in Japan, or is this cooperation going to be mostly online?
If possible, sure. If I'll only have possibility, I hope that our little plans for the future, because as we saw from the previous presentation, people like to think long-term there, and we have definitely some long-term plans, but I hope that we'll be having funds and such granted for that. Let's say that.
I see. And so I think on this positive note, we're gonna wrap up our discussion. So to sum up, mobility does in fact have a great impact on young people's lives, but also on the environment that they are living and studying, volunteering, working, as it kind of creates this space that the intercultural connections can happen, and this exchange, but not people, but ideas, views, cultures, and experiences can take place in the safe and open and welcoming environment. And because of this, the internationalization should be one of the key priorities, and should not only involve maybe institutions, but also more on the grassroots level students and staff who work with international students, and to make them feel welcome and open. And also it kind of creates the environment that is not only open for them, but also is ready to receive their experience and knowledge and incorporate it and make itself better at the end. Okay, thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Applause is very, very, very much deserved. It is only fair that I should ask Dominika. Dominika, what are your plans for the future?
Plans? currently, I'm taking part in this conference, and the next week I am...
Which is giving yourself time to think about what your real plans are.
Yes, I'm joining another conference next week in Katowice, in fact. And later on, I'm traveling abroad myself. I'm joining some international events in Portugal, and then I'm staying there for short holidays.
Wonderful. So allow me to congratulate you on the wonderful job of facilitating this discussion. Congratulations. And Adrian is our winner, I suppose, today for the most original metaphor around internationalization. Composites, ladies and gentlemen, remember internationalization is a tongue twister, by the way, is like composites. What it means is in fact, is that unique qualities can be derived from togetherness, but it is possible to preserve individual qualities in the process as well. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful discussion and also closing remarks from Dominika, so I don't have much left to do. So we have a gift. Marta is already holding 2 of them. We have 4 of them for you, so enjoy the gifts. And let me, in the meantime, officially close the conference. Once again, thank you. Thank you so much. I have to say I thoroughly enjoyed this conversation. It also gave me a proper ground for the closing remarks of our conference. The experiences shared on this stage reminded me of my own experience. I used to work for the corporate sector, traveling all over the world, very hyper-intensive life, after which I started working at a private university just to give myself time and think what to do next. And you know what? The university every year wanted me to give a motivational speech to 200 students who were about to choose their university. And you know what I would start this motivational talk with? I started it with 2 questions. One question to those 200 people was, how many of you have a Facebook account? And I would see 200 people raising their hand. And then I would ask, how many of you know what you want to do in the future? And nobody would raise a hand. After I repeated the question, 2 or 3 people raised their hands, which says something about what is perhaps missing from our education systems, doesn't it? Ladies and gentlemen, every profession, every discipline, every culture, every country comes with stereotypes and preconceptions attached. And making an effort to understand those stereotypes and preconceptions is not only a sign of respect, but it's a sign of empathy, it's a sign of authenticity, it's a sign of maturity, last but not least, genuine curiosity. Without respect, without curiosity, without authenticity, sustainable internationalization will not happen. Last but not least, one way to measure internationalization is to measure trust. And trust is first built between 2 people. Only then it can be built between 2 institutions and grow. I would like to thank the organizers of this conference, everyone who has put some effort into making it happen, interpreters who have been interpreting this entire session, our technical teams who have made it happen, made it successful, and everyone who has had a lot of stress making sure on the way that this is a success story. On my own part, it's been an absolute honor to be your host. Go back home safely, and all the best to you all. Thank you very much.